Chapter 372. Yi Tianzong noticed that the great emperors of the human race were already injured, and there were no more blood demon tribe experts coming. Therefore, he sent a telepathic message to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu to fight with all his might. Instantly, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, who were the focus of the blood demon tribe's great emperors, all roared. Then their auras surged wildly. An aura that far surpassed that of a mid-stage great emperor suddenly spread out from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. All the great emperors on the battlefield had rushed over because of Yi Tianzong's plan to attract the blood demon tribe experts. Yi Tianzong did not want these great emperors to be injured because of his plan. Therefore, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu went all out this time. They planned to finish off the great emperors of the blood demon tribe on the battlefield as quickly as possible. How powerful were Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu when they went all out? In the great emperor realm, there was a huge gap between the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. The gap between each stage was at least 4 or 5 times. In a battle, the difference of one stage could completely crush the other party. Although Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu were only early-stage great emperors, their overall strength was stronger than many late-stage great emperors. Yi Tianzong was even stronger than many peak-stage great emperors. Wearing emperor armor and holding divine swords, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were like 3 tigers rushing into a flock of sheep. They rampaged through the battlefield. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu could not cooperate at all in their panic. They were pushed forward and crushed by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. How is this possible? I don't believe it. How can this be? The heavens are unfair. The mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon tribe were completely powerless against Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. They were like weak toddlers. Even if they resisted with all their might, they were still easily killed by Yi Tianzong and the other 2. Escape was not an option. In order to lure the blood demons away, Yi Tianzong had created a heavenly Law Xian formation in advance. It was a formation that could seal off the void and trap great emperors. After all the great emperors of the blood demon tribe arrived, Yi Tianzong secretly activated the Heavenly Law's Xian formation and trapped all the great emperors within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. No one could escape in a short time. Therefore, these great emperors of the blood demon tribe were like turtles in a jar. All the great emperors of the human race were shocked as they watched Yi Tianzong and the other 2 kill the great emperors of the blood demon tribe as if they were vegetables. They all gasped, "Oh my God, who are these people? They are so terrifying. They are too strong." Since when did the human race have such powerful early-stage great emperors? In the eyes of all the great emperors of the human race, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's cultivation realms were not a secret. However, the strength that the 3 of them displayed was not something that an early-stage great emperor should possess. It was not that they had never seen powerful great emperors of the same level, but they had never even heard of anyone as powerful as Yi Tianzong and the other 2. The 12 great emperors of the human race watched in a daze as Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu crushed the great emperors of the blood demon tribe. None of them had any intention of stepping forward to help. It was not that they did not want to, but they knew that if they stepped forward with their strength, they would only be adding to the trouble instead of helping. Furthermore, they were worried that if they stepped forward, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 would accidentally injure them. Yi Tianzong and the other 2's swords were extremely sharp and invincible. Just look at the fate of the great emperors of the blood demon tribe. If they were accidentally cut by the swords, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. "You want to kill me? I will take you down with me." Seeing that there was no way to escape, the great emperor of the blood demon tribe gave up on running. Instead, he decided to risk everything and self-destruct. Even a peak great emperor would not dare to take the self-destruction of a mid-stage great emperor head-on. If they were not careful, they would at least be severely injured. It was conceivable that if a great emperor of the blood demon tribe self-destructed, other than Yi Tianzong and the other two, none of the great emperors of the human race present would be spared. Humph, self-destruct? Dream on. Yi Tianzong immediately used the great mystique that he had never used before, the soul roar. The soul roar originated from the law of the soul and was specifically targeted at the soul of a cultivator. It could be used to attack a group or a single person. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu used the soul roar at almost the same time. Regardless of whether the great emperors of the blood demon tribe wanted to self-destruct or not, their souls seemed to have suffered an unparalleled heavy blow after Yi Tianzong and the other two's great mystiques were used. They lost all sense of the outside world and became muddle-headed. They did not know where they were at all. Massacre the world. Supreme new moon, eternal mystique. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu took this opportunity to use their most powerful great mystiques. The sea of nomological sword chi that filled the sky instantly drowned the remaining 13 great emperors of the blood demon tribe. Cries of agony rang out one after another. The blood demon great emperors couldn't withstand the endless sea of sword chi and perished. Die. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu continued to attack, while the great emperors of the blood demon tribe endured the endless sea of sword chi. After the last scream disappeared, the sea of sword chi dissipated, and all the great emperors of the blood demon tribe were killed. Seeing Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu eliminate the 39 great emperors of the blood demon tribe so quickly, the human great emperors were happy but also a little nervous. After all, Yi Tianzong and the other two's killing intent was rising. They did not know what to say for a moment. Greetings to all of you. My wife and I came to the battlefield for the first time. Due to our carelessness, we were discovered by the blood demon tribe and caused all of you to be injured. I feel very guilty. Yi Tianzong took the initiative to speak to the 12 great emperors of the human tribe. You're too kind. Marshal, you belong to the heavenly court. I'm Tianchen. Marshal, you don't have to worry about being injured. The blood demon tribe is the enemy of the human tribe. It's natural for us to fight when we meet. However, Marshal Tianmiao and his wife killed dozens of great emperors of the blood demon tribe for the first time. Your strength is really admirable. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, a great emperor in red armor among the 12 great emperors of the human tribe responded. Marshal Tianchen is right. Marshal Tianmiao, you don't have to worry about it. I'm Gu Yuan. I'm Ingxian from the Black Blade, Heavenly Sect. Greetings to Marshal Tianmiao. I'm Luo Yin from the Daluo Heaven Sect. Greetings to Marshal Tianmiao. I'm Shi Tian. Greetings to Marshal Tianmiao. Your strength really puts us to shame. Yi Tianzong responded to the 12 great emperors of the human tribe one by one. Then he followed the great emperors of the human tribe to the temporary gathering point. The temporary gathering point was built by the 12 great emperors of the human tribe within a radius of a few 100 billion miles in order to strengthen the communication of information. The location was very hidden. However, now that all the great emperors of the blood demon tribe within a radius of a few 100 billion miles had been killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two, there was no need to worry about whether or not the location was kept secret. In the temporary gathering point, Yi Tianzong and the 12 great emperors of the human tribe decided to send out their troops immediately to kill all the blood demon tribe within a radius of a few 100 billion miles. Now that all the great emperors of the blood demon tribe were dead, the remaining blood demons were nothing to worry about at all. After all, this was a blatant war achievement right in front of their eyes. Therefore, the 12 great emperors of the human tribe mobilized all their men and charged towards the blood demon tribe directly. On the other hand, Yi Tianzong took out the battle fortress and left the temporary gathering point under the astonished and envious gazes of the 12 great emperors of the human tribe. From the previous conversation, the 12 great emperors of the human tribe already knew that Yi Tianzong would not stay for long. After killing the Blood Demon tribe, he would head to the regions of the other great emperors of the Blood Demon tribe to kill more enemies. However, they did not expect Yi Tianzong to have a battle fortress. Now, the battle fortress had long been known by the people of the Heavenly Court and the other major forces. On the battlefield, it was a great killing weapon that targeted living beings below the great emperor level. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. None of the 12 great emperors present could afford it. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianzong and the other two had been fighting for 30 years. In the past 30 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu led their divine generals and divine soldiers to fight in the mid-stage great emperors of the Blood Demon tribe's battlefield. They made a name for themselves on the battlefield. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu turned into the harvesters of the Blood Demon tribe's great emperors. They were invincible on the battlefield. By leaking their whereabouts, they would attract the attacks of the Blood Demon tribe's great emperors. When the time was right, the three of them would launch a counterattack and kill the Blood Demon tribe's great emperors. They were all terrified. In the past 30 years, Yi Tianzong and the other two had killed more than 400 mid-stage great emperors of the Blood Demon tribe. If the great emperors of the Blood Demon tribe hadn't seen through Yi Tianzong's scheme and avoided Yi Tianzong and the other two, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu would have killed even more great emperors of the Blood Demon tribe. It was also because of Yi Tianzong and the other two that the great emperors of the Blood Demon tribe had lost a lot of their great emperors. Although the human defense line in the mid-stage great emperors of the Blood Demon tribe hadn't advanced, it had given the humans the upper hand and wiped out countless Blood Demon tribe troops. It was really because of Yi Tianzong and the other two's prowess that the Blood Demon tribe directly sent out late-stage great emperors to hunt down Yi Tianzong and the other two. However, Yi Tianzong and the other two had held back a portion of their strength and were evenly matched with the late-stage great emperors of the Blood Demon tribe. The three's battle results shocked the Heavenly Court's rear. Many great emperors and marshals were shocked by the battle results of Yi Tianzong and the other two. They couldn't help but remember Hao Miao and Shuang Yu and made up their minds to befriend them if they met in the future. It was also because of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's extraordinary battle results that the Heavenly Court's rear immediately filled up the empty heavenly soldiers and generals under their command. Now, the three of them had a total of 3 million heavenly soldiers and generals under their command. Because Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu used the corpses, cores, and blood of the Blood Demon tribe to refine all kinds of divine pills, the strength of the 2 million heavenly soldiers and generals under their command increased rapidly. We can't stay in the mid-stage Great Emperor's area for now. If we continue to kill, the late-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon tribe will probably go crazy. Let's return to the camp first and rest for a while before going to the early-stage Great Emperor's area for a stroll, Yi Tianzong said meaningfully. Chapter 373. Although Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu were powerful, they were still early-stage Great Emperors. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with going to the area of early-stage Great Emperors. Yi Tianzong and the other two didn't say anything. They just greeted the great emperors of the human race, then quietly returned to the Heavenly Court's camp behind the battlefield. After returning, Yi Tianzong found that the person in charge of the camp behind the battlefield was his superior, Marshal Li Tsong. The war between the demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race was in full swing and became more and more intense. Correspondingly, the pressure on the human race became smaller and smaller. Marshal Li Tsong, who was originally guarding the demon race's battlefield, was also transferred to the blood demon race's battlefield. According to what Yi Tianzong knew, the original heavenly court was created by the human race's only supreme Empyrean, the Void Supreme Empyrean. Then, after millions of years of development, most of the God King level forces, Emperor level forces, and Supreme level forces in the human race's territory sent their forces to the Heavenly Court. Only then did the Heavenly Court gradually develop into the strongest orthodox force of the human race. In the Heavenly Court, the Void Supreme Empyrean was the supreme ruler. Under the Void Supreme Empyrean were the 13 ancient, seeking, Heavenly Lords of the human race. Under the Heavenly Lords were the 18 Grand Marshals of the Heavenly Court's army. Each of the Grand Marshals was an extremely powerful peak, great emperor of the human race. They all had powerful forces supporting them. Moreover, each of the Grand Marshals had made indelible contributions to the human race. Under the Grand Marshals of the Heavenly Court were the Sun, Moon, and Star level Marshals of the Heavenly Court. Then there were the Divine Generals of the 1st to 5th level, and finally the Celestial Soldiers and Celestial Generals. The above was the division of the Heavenly Court's Battle Department. In the division of Administrative Departments, the highest level of Heavenly Court's righteous gods were equivalent to the Sun Marshals. Then there were the ancient gods equivalent to the Moon Marshals, celestial gods equivalent to the Star Marshals, celestial gods equivalent to the Celestial Generals, celestial gods equivalent to the Celestial Generals, and celestial officials equivalent to the Celestial Generals. Marshal Li Tsang was one of the 18 Grand Marshals of the Heavenly Court. He led many great emperors, marshals, and tens of billions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals. He belonged to the bloodline of the Void Supreme Empyrean. Yi Tianzong felt that his luck was pretty good to be able to gain Marshal Li Tsang's favor so early on. Seeing Marshal Li Tsang again, Marshal Li Tsang happily praised Yi Tianzong's outstanding performance on the battlefield. Then Yi Tianzong said that he wanted to take a stroll in the early stage Great Emperor's area. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Marshal Li Tsang knew that Yi Tianzong was going to bully people. Marshal Li Tsang immediately agreed. After all, they were all enemies. It didn't matter what methods they used as long as it was beneficial to the human race. Yi Tianzong and the other two were still early stage Great Emperors. There was nothing wrong with going to the early stage Great Emperor's territory. After receiving some rewards from Marshal Li Tsang, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu rested for a month before continuing to lead their subordinates to the battlefield of the Blood Demon race. The arrival of Yi Tianzong and the others immediately caused trouble for the Blood Demon Great Emperors in the early stage Great Emperor's territory. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu could already do whatever they wanted in the mid-stage Great Emperor's territory, let alone in the early stage Great Emperor's territory. Through the various information provided by the Great Emperors of the human race, Yi Tianzong and the other two didn't make a big fuss. Instead, they sneaked in and killed the Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race with lightning speed. As for the rest of the Blood Demon race's army, Yi Tianzong and the other two shared the battle merits with the Great Emperors of the human race who provided the information. With the information provided by the Great Emperors of the human race, Yi Tianzong and the other two's efficiency in killing the Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race was very high. The battle merits of their subordinates also increased rapidly. As for the early stage Great Emperors of the human race, they only needed to provide information. With Yi Tianzong and the other two's help in killing the Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race, not only was there no danger, but they could also participate in killing the Blood Demon race's army and gain a lot of battle merits for free. Whether it was for Yi Tianzong and the other twos or the other Great Emperors of the human race, it was a win-win situation. Yi Tianzong and the other twos won the favor and goodwill of many marshals of the Heavenly Court. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu led the 3 million celestial soldiers and generals under their command. With the help of the Great Emperors of the human race, they were like ghosts as they constantly killed the Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race. Gradually, the Blood Demon race began to panic. However, Yi Tianzong had learned his lesson this time. He knew when to stop. When the Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race began to panic, he stopped his killing to avoid attracting the attention of the late-stage and peak-stage great emperors of the blood demon race. After stopping their killing in the region of the early-stage great emperors, Yi Tianzong and the other twos returned to the region of the mid-stage great emperors. Then, with the information provided by the great emperors of the human race, they continued to kill the mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race. In any case, they were going to fight the blood demon race to the death. The reason why Yi Tianzong was able to kill the great emperors of the blood demon race so easily wasn't because the great emperors of the blood demon race were stupid or not vigilant. It was because Yi Tianzong was proficient in divination and could roughly determine where the great emperors of the blood demon race were hiding and how dangerous they were. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to avoid the ambushes and traps of the blood demon race every time. At one point, the blood demon race experts thought that there was a traitor among them. The regions of the early stage and mid-stage great emperors seemed to have become a treasure trove for Yi Tianzong and the other two's subordinates to obtain military merits. When the blood demons of the mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race began to gather together in fear, Yi Tianzong came to the region of the early-stage great emperors of the blood demon race and began to hunt the great emperors of the blood demon race like ghosts. The battlefield between the human race and the blood demon race stretched for more than 1 trillion miles. From the two sides to the middle, it was divided into 5 regions: early-stage great emperors, mid-stage great emperors, late-stage great emperors, peak-stage great emperors, and heavenly venerables. Looking from the sky, Yi Tianzong had been active in the region of early-stage and mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race on the left. Yi Tianzong hadn't been to the region of early-stage and mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race on the right. Yi Tianzong had been active for 30 years. In the region of early-stage and mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race on the left, the great emperors of the blood demon race were very nervous. The army of the blood demon race had also suffered heavy losses. They hid in their camps and didn't dare to go out to battle easily. They never took the initiative to attack the human race's defense line again. On the other hand, the human great emperors of the blood demon race in the region of early stage and mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race on the left were very safe because of Yi Tianzong and the other two's presence. They obtained countless military merits and exchanged the military merits for a large amount of cultivation resources. As a result, the strength of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under the command of these human great emperors was increasing every day. The military merits of Yi Tianzong and the other two's heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were simply blinding. After some consideration, Marshal Li Tsang sent Yi Tianzong and the other two's heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to the right so that Yi Tianzong could do as much as he wanted while ensuring his own safety. Yi Tianzong very straightforwardly began his journey of hunting great emperors of the blood demon race. The early stage and mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race in the region of early stage and mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race on the left were scared by Yi Tianzong and the others. They also learned from their mistakes and hid in their camps, making it more and more difficult for Yi Tianzong to hunt. As for the early stage and mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race on the right, in Yi Tianzong's opinion, the great emperors of the blood demon race were still very pure and not difficult to hunt. As a result, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shin Yu stirred up trouble again. They turned into phantom killers in the region of early stage and mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race and ran amok for 50 years. In total, more than 500 great emperors of the blood demon race had died in their hands, including the number of great emperors of the blood demon race that had died in the hands of Yi Tianzong and the other 2 great emperors of the blood demon race, since they became great emperors of the blood demon race. Such a huge loss drove the blood demon race crazy. They sent out more than 200 late-stage and peak-stage great emperors of the blood demon race from the region of late-stage and peak-stage great emperors to hunt down Yi Tianzong and the others like crazy. In order to prevent the late-stage and peak-stage great emperors of the blood demon race from killing the early-stage and mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race, Yi Tianzong made a prompt decision. He, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu led their celestial soldiers and generals through the blood demon race's defense line. They went deep into the blood demon race's territory alone. After entering the blood demon race's territory, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu released 3 million celestial soldiers and generals under their command. They went on a killing spree in the blood demon race's territory. As long as it was a member of the blood demon race, they would kill them all. Yi Tianzong also spread the news to the outside world, telling the brainless blood demon race to come and capture him if they had the ability. He had attracted a lot of hatred. Moreover, each killing spree would only last for half a day. After that, they would immediately move to another location and continue their killing spree. It was a classic case of changing locations after each shot. Yi Tianzong was proficient in divination, coupled with the concealment of the immortal mansion. Even the heavenly venerables and supreme heavenly venerables of the blood demon race couldn't deduce his whereabouts. They could only send out the great emperors of the blood demon race to search for him. In this way, the late and peak great emperors of the blood demon race could take advantage of the opportunity to kill the early and mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race. With an unstable factor like Yi Tianzong stirring up trouble in the blood demon race's territory, he could do whatever he wanted. Today, he could kill millions of his own kind. Tomorrow, he could launch a sneak attack on an emperor-level force. The day after that, he could wipe out a few king-level forces. The blood demon race couldn't rest in peace. Even their offensive against the human race was somewhat affected. All the higher-ups of the blood demon race who knew about Yi Tianzong and the other two couldn't wait to grind Yi Tianzong's bones into dust. In the territory of the blood demon tribe, Yi Tianzong had been running amok for 2 years under the pursuit of many great emperors of the blood demon tribe. He had humiliated the experts of the blood demon tribe and caused great losses to the blood demon tribe. In the end, Yi Tianzong sensed an unprecedented danger. He guessed that the heavenly venerables of the blood demon race couldn't help but take action. Therefore, he immediately hid in the immortal mansion with Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu and secretly left the blood demon race's territory. He didn't know that after he escaped, the heavenly venerables of the blood demon race were so angry that they destroyed billions of miles of territory with a slap and severely reprimanded the great emperors of the blood demon race. It could be said that Yi Tianzong and the other two became the targets of hatred of almost all the blood demon race. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu led their heavenly soldiers and returned safely from the blood demon race's blockade. This shocked the higher-ups of the human race on the battlefield of the blood demon race. Not to mention the great emperors, even the 3 heavenly venerables on the battlefield remembered Yi Tianzong and the other 2. As Yi Tianzong's superior, Marshal Li Tsong patted Yi Tianzong's shoulder happily and praised Yi Tianzong generously. Chapter 374. Haha, you're good, kid. You actually managed to escape from the encirclement of the blood demon race. This marshal has to admire you. When I was at your level, this marshal was far inferior to you. Grand Marshal, you're exaggerating. This kid is also a little frivolous. At that time, I was hot-headed and had no choice but to make such a dangerous decision in order to not implicate my colleagues. Fortunately, I managed to come back after going through all kinds of dangers. If I had to make a choice again, I wouldn't want to make the same decision again, Yi Tianzong said with a bitter smile. This wasn't Yi Tianzong's polite words. Instead, Yi Tianzong truly felt that his decision back then was a little reckless. Unless a person was emotionless and without desires, no matter how calm they were, they would still be affected by the overall situation and the bigger picture. Ever since the war between the human race and the demon race, Yi Tianzong had seen many cultivators who were willing to risk their lives for the human race. Those tragic scenes and spirits had unknowingly affected him. It was also because of this that he had made the decision to enter the blood demon race's territory in order to not implicate others. Otherwise, with Yi Tianzong's powerful spiritual cultivation in the profound heart realm, he definitely wouldn't have made such a dangerous decision. He couldn't and wouldn't allow himself to act recklessly just because he had the immortal mansion. Since you've returned safely, you shouldn't enter the battlefield for a while. Rest for a while. Otherwise, the blood demon race will probably go crazy. The corner of Grand Marshal Li Tsang's mouth twitched as he said this. Not only would they go crazy, they would definitely go crazy. Just thinking about the losses and humiliation that Yi Tianzong's group had caused to the blood demon race was enough to know how much the experts of the blood demon race hated Yi Tianzong's group. For example, if he and Yi Tianzong were placed together and the blood demon race had to choose, the blood demon race would very likely crush Yi Tianzong's bones and scatter his ashes. Got it. I will cultivate properly for the next period of time. Yi Tianzong nodded in understanding. After returning to the camp, Yi Tianzong told Ling Xinyu and his subordinates about Marshal Li Tsang's intentions, and then settled down and entered a state of quiet cultivation. In the spirit profound world, which was infinitely far away from the myriad races, great thousand world, a world war was currently breaking out with another world. Perhaps it was due to some unknown force. But in the past, when the spirit profound world was heading towards its end because of the netherworld devil emperor, for hundreds of thousands of years, the spirit profound world did not encounter any other worlds. Ever since Yi Tianzong broke the profound spirit world's heaven and earth seal, other worlds from the primal chaos outside the heavens started to interact with the profound spirit world. First it was Yuanling world, then it was Luoyu world, and now it was Mengxian world. Mengxian world was also a middle world that was attached to the myriad races, greater thousand world. It was also a powerful middle world. There was only one race in Mengxian world, and that was the beast race. There were all kinds of strange ancient beasts. The strongest in Mengxian world were the 30 god kings of the ancient beasts. Mengxian world actually met the spirit profound world 3 years ago in the primal chaos. At this time, the various major forces in the spirit profound world were already fighting with the ancient beasts in Mengxian world. Because the overall strength of the spirit profound world was stronger, and they also had various war weapons, the various major forces in the spirit profound world took the initiative to attack the Mengxian world. After 3 years of fighting, the various major forces in the spirit profound world had already established a vast territory in the Mengxian world. How Ranjin sect, which was once a behemoth in the spirit profound world, a super overlord, had now become even more unfathomable. Thanks to the various cultivation resources obtained from helping Yi Tianzong build the Sky Patrol battleship, the Hao Ranjin sect now had 39 people who had advanced to the God King realm. They accounted for more than half of the total number of God King experts in the spirit profound world. In addition to the God King experts, the Hao Ranjin sect also had more and more Myth Stage 5th Celestial Stage and 6th Celestial Stage experts. The total number of people exceeded 800. The current Hao Ranjin sect could challenge all the other forces in the spirit profound world. However, although the Hao Ranjin sect's strength was strong, the other forces in the outside world did not understand. This time, the war with the Mengxian world could originally be settled by the Hao Ranjin sect alone. However, Yi Haoran and the others thought about it and gave up on this idea. There was no need to be so extreme. The Hao Ranjin sect completely treated this war with the Mengxian world as a training ground. Ever since the Hao Ranjin sect became the overlord of the spirit profound world under the leadership of Yi Tianzong, they had been sitting on the overlord seat for a long time. Even with the strict and fair rules of the Hao Ranjin sect, there were still many people from the Hao Ranjin sect who were lost in the power of the overlord of the world. They relied on the Hao Ranjin sect to act tyrannically and tyrannically outside. Originally, Yi Haoran and the others had wanted to deal with these people for a long time. However, when they heard Yi Tianzong's clone in the spirit profound world say that there would be other worlds coming, Yi Haoran and the others planned to take advantage of the war with another world to reorganize the Haoranjin sect and get rid of those who were tyrannical, mean, and misbehaved. Taking advantage of the 3 years of war with the Mengxian world, Yi Haoran and the others directly got rid of hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, this strategy of getting rid of people who were not beneficial to the sect continued. The war between the spirit profound world and the Mengxian world lasted for another 7 years. Because the Haoranjin sect secretly went easy on them, this war lasted for a long time. However, because of the existence of the all-life, nets above, snares below, the overall strength of the spirit profound world was far higher than that of the Mengxian world. In the 10th year of the war between the two worlds also came to an end. In the last battle, the more than 20 ancient beast god kings who were stubbornly resisting finally surrendered when the 39 ancient beast god kings of the Haoranjin sect came out. Not only were the ancient beast god kings of the Mengxian world shocked, even the other forces of the spirit profound world felt a trace of fear. Originally, in this world war, when they saw that the Haoranjin sect's performance was not very good, they thought that the Haoranjin sect was starting to fail. They did not expect that they were just leeching and did not use any strength at all. 39 ancient beast god kings were enough to beat the whole world. They were all desperately developing. But why was the gap getting bigger and bigger? The Haoranjin sect must have cheated. To be so powerful, it was simply intolerable. After swallowing the Mengxian world, the spirit profound world expanded by another 50%. The 3,000 profound laws of heaven and earth advanced towards 80%, and the world's origin became stronger. When Yi Tianzong was free, he controlled the immortal mansion to return to the spirit profound world. The Haoranjin sect's Yi Haoran and the others were discussing the matter of ascension. Since we have swallowed another world, then the will of heaven and earth has enough power to communicate with the heavenly Tao of the myriad races' boundless world. With your contributions to heaven and earth, it is enough for you to ascend. Yi Tianzong looked at Yi Haoran and the others and said, this time the people who decided to ascend were Yi Haoran, Su Mingxin, Yi Haoyun, Zi Yunxian, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, Li Qingshi, and the other 7 Haoranjin sect's god kings, a total of 14 people. Among them, Yi Haoran and the others' cultivation had already reached the peak of the god king realm. The other 7 god kings' cultivation had also reached the peak of the late god king realm. These people were currently the strongest group of people in the Haoranjin sect. Yi Tianzong had already made some achievements in the myriad races' boundless world. Hence, the ascension of Yi Haoran and the others was something that Yi Tianzong was happy to see. After they ascended, they could continue to establish the Haoranjin sect in the myriad races' boundless world under his watch. After Yi Haoran and the others left, the Haoranjin sect would be led by Yi Tianzong's cousin, Yi Xianlin. The current Yi Xianlin was already an early God King realm expert, coupled with the fact that he cultivated the true God 9 transformations. His current strength could be ranked in the top 3 after Yi Haoran and the others. Hence, he was not worried that Yi Xianlin would not be able to handle the situation. At the very least, he still had Yi Tianzong's doppelganger. With his doppelganger, there was no trouble that he could not handle. Yi Tianzong's communication with the will of the profound spirit world went smoothly. The will of the profound spirit world agreed to help Yi Haoran and the others ascend to the boundless world. In return, Yi Tianzong directly offered the corpses of 5 blood demon race emperors to the will of the profound spirit world. The corpses of emperors were condensed from boundless power of laws to a middle world like the profound spirit world. These corpses were a great supplement. After obtaining the understanding of cultivation and the operation of the world from his doppelganger, Yi Tianzong returned to the boundless world with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. There were still 7 days before Yi Haoran and the others ascended. After Yi Tianzong recovered his energy, he went to find Marshal Li Tsang. What? You said that the doppelganger you left behind in the lower realm informed you that someone is about to ascend? Marshal Li Tsang said in surprise. Yes, Marshal. Before I ascended, I left behind a doppelganger. Only when my relatives or people from the same sect ascend will I be able to sense it through the connection. Just now, I sense the hint, so I want to go back to the place where I ascended to take a look. If there are no accidents, at most half a month, there should be people from my sect ascending. Yi Tianzong said, and that's good. Since you can't appear on the battlefield now, I'll give you a month. Go back and take a look. Marshal Li Tsang said after thinking for a while. Thank you, Marshal. Chapter 375. After Yi Tianzong came out of Marshal Li Tsang's mansion, he immediately returned to the encampment. After giving some instructions to the divine generals under his command, he took Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu through the Heavenly Court's teleportation platform and returned to the Heavenly Court's branch, where they ascended. The divine generals guarding the ascension pool were rather confused by Yi Tianzong and the other two's arrival. However, they did not neglect their arrival. After Yi Tianzong explained his intentions, the divine generals did not bother with Yi Tianzong and the other two's actions. After all, Yi Tianzong and the other two were marshals of the Heavenly Court. They had come to the Ascension Pool to receive their fellow sect members who had ascended from the lower world. There was no need to keep an eye on them. 7 days later, the Ascension Pool shone brightly. The Heavenly Court's divine generals and representatives guarding the Ascension Pool immediately understood that an ascender had arrived. Even though they knew that the new ascenders were likely to be fellow sect members of Yi Tianzong and the other two sect, everyone still held on to hope that they would be lucky. They hoped to see a different outcome. Ever since Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had ascended to the Great Thousand Worlds, they had made quite a name for themselves in less than 1,000 years. They had made great contributions to the Heavenly Court and the human race. Now, they were even marshals of the Heavenly Court who led millions of celestial soldiers. Because of their influence, the various large factions of the human race valued ascenders even more. As expected by Yi Tianzong and the other two, the ones who ascended this time were Yi Haoran, Yi Tianzong, and the other three. Out of the 14, Yi Haoran and the other members of Yi Tianzong's family stayed in the Ascension Pool for 8 days. The remaining 7 God Kings from the Hao Ranjin sect each stayed in the Ascension Pool for 5 days. Holy shit, 14 people ascended at once, and they're all at least late-stage God Kings. Is Marshal Tian Miao's home world that terrifying? SSS, didn't you notice that these ascenders stayed in the Ascension Pool for at least 5 days? What does this mean? This means that they are not ordinary God Kings. They all have the potential to become great emperors. 14 people ascended at once, and they all came from the same sect. How did they do it? Is ascension so easy? At this moment, other than Yi Tianzong and the other two, all the representatives of the major forces who were guarding the Ascension Pool were shocked as they looked at Yi Haoran and the others who had just ascended. In the past, people ascended one by one. At most, there were only 3 people. In the end, 14 people ascended at once. Moreover, they all came from the same sect. This was shocking. After Yi Haoran and the others emerged from the Ascension Pool, Yi Tianzong led them out of the Ascension Pool and returned to his residence in the Heavenly Court's branch. Father, do you have any plans? Do you plan to join the Heavenly Court or establish your own sect? Yi Tianzong asked Yi Haoran, forget about the Heavenly Court. You're already in the Heavenly Court, so it's not suitable for us to join the Heavenly Court. I plan to familiarize myself with the Great Thousand World first. Then I'll establish our Hao Ranjin sect in the Great Thousand World. This way, the disciples of the sects in the lower realm will have another place to go when they ascend, Yi Haoran said after thinking for a while. Yes, Tianzong, your father's words are reasonable. Us old fellows joining the heavenly court won't be of much help to you. It's a good opportunity for us to establish our sect. With you as the marshal of the heavenly court to take care of us, we'll be able to support you in the heavenly court when the sect develops, Yi Haoran said straightforwardly. However, what he said at the beginning made Yi Haoran's mouth twitch. That's good too. You can cultivate in my residence and familiarize yourself with the environment. In the human territory, the heavenly court is the most powerful orthodox force. It controls most of the blessed lands and treasured lands in the human territory. If you want to establish a sect, you'll need to purchase a blessed land from the heavenly court. In the great thousand world, all the blessed lands and treasured lands are divided into 5 grades. Ordinary blessed lands, 3rd grade, king grade blessed lands, 2nd grade, emperor grade blessed lands, 1st grade, supreme blessed lands, and supreme cultivation, grotto heavens. With my, Xinyue's, and Shenyu's current battle achievements and merits, we can exchange for a 2nd grade, emperor grade blessed land with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It's just right for us to establish the Haoranzhen sect, Yi Tianzong said after thinking for a while. There's no time to lose. I'll go and buy the sect's territory now, in case the better places are exchanged by others. After saying that, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu went to the place in the heavenly court that managed the exchange of blessed lands. They spent a total of 10 billion battle achievements and chose a 2nd grade, emperor grade, blessed land with an excellent geographical location. Yi Tianzong's and the other two's battle achievements directly shrank by half. After returning to the residence, Yi Tianzong accompanied Yi Haoran and the others to the blessed land they purchased. After familiarizing themselves with it, Yi Tianzong and the others left behind a large amount of resources and materials, as well as 4 battle forts and 100 sky patrol battleships. Yi Tianzong didn't ask about the rest. In the past 20 days, Yi Tianzong had already told Yi Haoran and the others some information about the Great Thousand World and the internal division of the human race. With Yi Haoran and the others' thousands of years of experience, establishing and managing a sect was a piece of cake. At most, they would be busy for a period of time after the sect was established. A month passed quickly. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu also returned to the heavenly court's camp on the battlefield of the blood demon race. Then, they continued to hibernate and cultivate in peace. Unfortunately, the wind would not stop. In just a year, Yi Tianzong, who had received the notice, once again came to Marshal Li Tsang's residence. This time, I called you here because the higher-ups of the heavenly court intend to send you to other battlefields. Your performance on the battlefield of the blood demon race was known by several celestial venerables. Then, the other celestial venerables on the battlefield of the ancient elephant race, purple spirit race, and silver moon race also learned about your situation. What they mean is that since you can appear on the battlefield of the blood demon race for the time being, you can play a role on other battlefields and contribute to the human race. I want to know what you are willing to do. If you are unwilling, I can refuse them. Marshal Li Tsang said to Yi Tianzong with a serious expression. After Yi Tianzong heard this, he didn't immediately answer. Instead, he thought for a while and said, Marshal, it is my duty to contribute to the human race, and I don't mind going to other battlefields. However, I want to know whether there are any grand marshals who have a good relationship with you in the other 3 battlefields. I also want to know which celestial venerables are related to the higher-ups of the human race who agreed to hand them over to the demons last time. Although I want to fight for the human race, I don't want to be schemed against by my own people. The human heart is unpredictable. Only by knowing this information can I not fall into the trap of others because I don't understand the situation. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Marshal Li Tsang stared at Yi Tianzong closely. Yi Tianzong looked at Marshal Li Tsang without any guilt. After a long while, Marshal Li Tsang's eyes were filled with admiration as he said, Not bad. I'm relieved that you have such thoughts. Since ancient times, during the rise of the human race, there has been no lack of heroes who have risked their lives for the human race. There have also been treacherous villains and traitors with ulterior motives. Although I don't want to admit it, there are indeed traitors and treacherous villains within the human race. These people have no bottom line for their own interests. They deserve to die. Marshal Yu Qin of the ancient elephant race battlefield and Marshal Yuan Su of the purple spirit race battlefield belong to the heavenly court with me. I will greet them. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want on the battlefield. As for the battlefield of the Silver Moon race, if there's no need to go. Hearing Marshal Li Tsong's meaningful words, Yi Tianzong immediately understood what to do next. It turned out that Marshal Li Tsong belonged to the Heavenly Court's Supreme Venerate, the Void Supreme Venerate. Among the 18 marshals of the Heavenly Court, at least 3 of them belonged to the Void Supreme Venerate. He could go to the ancient elephant race battlefield and the purple spirit race battlefield. But the human forces on the Silver Moon race battlefield should not be friendly to him. When the time came, he could pretend to be seriously injured and refuse to go. P.S. I don't know what happened today. I washed my hair and might have caught a cold. In the end, I had a headache for the entire day. I'm in a daze and feel quite uncomfortable. Chapter 376. Yes, Marshal. When can I go to the ancient elephant race battlefield? Yi Tianzong asked. Well, if there's nothing else, you can leave in 7 days. I'll let Yu Qin know. Yes, Marshal. Yi Tianzong didn't wait until the 6th day. Instead, he left on the 3rd day and went to the ancient elephant race battlefield through the teleportation platform. As one of the 3 grand marshals of the ancient elephant race battlefield, Marshal Yu Qin had already learned about Yi Tianzong's situation from his senior brother, Marshal Li Tsong. Looking at Yi Tianzong, who came to report, Marshal Yu Qin's dignified and resolute face revealed a smile. He said, You must be Tian Miao. Senior brother has already informed me that you can do whatever you want on the ancient elephant clan battlefield. You only need to listen to my orders. Do you have any objections? Yi Tianzong bowed respectfully to Marshal Yu Qin and said, Greetings, Marshal. I have no objections. May I know where I'll be stationed and when I can go to battle? Marshal Yu Qin said, I've already arranged your location. I'll have someone take you there later. As for the battle, the sooner the better. Yes, Marshal. I can go tomorrow. Good, then it's settled. You can go now. Yes. The next day, Yi Tianzong took the military seal that Marshal Yu Qin gave him and led 3 million celestial soldiers, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, into the ancient elephant race battlefield. This time, Yi Tianzong adopted the same strategy as he did on the battlefield of the blood demon race. He obtained information about the great emperor of the ancient elephant race from the great emperor of the human race, and then went to the great emperor of the ancient elephant race secretly. The rest of the army of the ancient elephant race and the great emperor of the human race would share the battle merits equally. With the list of Motherf * King Human King and the military seal from Marshal Yu Qin, the Motherf * King Human King on the battlefield of the ancient elephant clan did not suspect the identity of Yi Tianzong and the others. Therefore, they told Yi Tianzong everything they knew about the ancient elephant clan. In the following 30 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu became the specter killers of the ancient elephant clan's early stage Great Emperor region. The early stage Great Emperors of the ancient elephant clan could not resist the assassination of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. In the past 30 years, more than 400 great emperors of the ancient elephant clan had been assassinated by Yi Tianzong and the other 2. They had also wiped out billions of ancient elephant clan soldiers. The great emperors of the ancient elephant clan had suffered great losses. On the other hand, because of Yi Tianzong and the other 2's achievements, the human race had gained a lot. They had reversed the situation and gained the upper hand for the first time. In the past 30 years, in the early stage Great Emperor region, all the great emperors of the human race had heard of Yi Tianzong and the other 2. Because of Yi Tianzong and the other 2, the pressure on the human race's defense line in the early stage Great Emperor region was greatly reduced. Moreover, the overall strength of the human race was still increasing. For this reason, Yi Tianzong had gained the kindness and gratitude of many great emperors of the human race. How good. The rumors are true. I will remember your contribution. When the war comes to an end, I will personally ask for your reward. What do you plan to do next? Marshal Yu Qin asked Yi Tianzong with a smile. The ancient elephant clan in the early stage Great Emperor region is a little panicky now. It has become more difficult to hunt them down. Since that is the case, I will go to the middle stage Great Emperor region to have a look, Yi Tianzong replied. Similar to their strategy on the battlefield of the blood demon race, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinhua, and Shen Yu slaughtered the great emperors of the ancient elephant clan on both sides of the battlefield of the ancient elephant clan in the early and middle stage Great Emperor region. In total, more than 1,200 great emperors of the ancient elephant clan and more than 10 billion soldiers of the ancient elephant clan died in the hands of Yi Tianzong and the other two. This brought a huge amount of military merits to the three of them and their celestial soldiers and celestial generals. At the same time, the three of them also made a name for themselves on the battlefield of the ancient elephant clan. With the huge amount of military merits, Yi Tianzong and the other two exchanged for countless cultivation resources. Now, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinhua, and Shen Yu had 100 divine generals who had reached the divine king realm and more than 6,000 upper celestial generals who had reached the sixth sky of the myth realm. The 2 million celestial soldiers and celestial generals who were originally at a low level of cultivation gradually caught up with the rest of the ancient elephant clan. Now, the late and peak great emperors of the ancient elephant clan are looking for you like crazy. You can't stay on the battlefield of the ancient elephant clan any longer. Go hide on the other battlefields, Marshal Yu Qin said with a serious and strange expression. To be honest, he didn't expect Yi Tianzong to give him such a big surprise in just 120 years. Since the war between the human race and the ancient elephant clan broke out, the human race had been forced to retreat again and again because of the lack of strength. Although the ancient elephant clan had also paid a lot of sacrifices, almost all of them were great emperors of the ancient elephant clan. The number of great emperors of the ancient elephant clan that Yi Tianzong had killed in the past 120 years was more than half of the total number of great emperors of the ancient elephant clan that had died since the war broke out. The consequence of this was that the ancient elephant clan was directly provoked. Many of the great emperors of the ancient elephant clan no longer cared about the battle with the human race. They searched everywhere crazily for Yi Tianzong and the other two, wanting to beat Yi Tianzong and the other two so badly that they would never be reincarnated. Oh, I'm used to it. It's the same on the battlefield of the blood demon race. I'll go back and rest for a while before going to the battlefield of the purple spirit race, Yi Tianzong said calmly. Okay, I'll talk to Yuan Shu, Marshal Yu Qin said with the corner of his mouth twitching. He thought about it and realized that it was really as Yi Tianzong said. He had killed too many great emperors on the battlefield of the blood demon race and made them go crazy. That was why he had to hide. In the end, when he came to his place, he provoked the ancient elephant clan again. Who would have thought that Yi Tianzong and the other two, who were only early great emperors, would have the strength comparable to a late great emperor? Yes, thank you, Marshal. I'll take my leave. Yi Tianzong then turned and left. Senior brother Li Tsang and Yu Qin both told me that you should still act freely on the battlefield of the purple spirit race and only listen to my orders. I'll give you the military seal and the list of great emperors in the early and middle stages of the great emperors to you later. I'll get someone to bring you to the garrison to settle down first. You just have to enter the battlefield in 3 days, Marshal Yuan Su said as he looked at Yi Tianzong. He thought of what senior brother Li Tsang and Yu Chun had told him and looked at Yi Tianzong with a strange gaze. He killed too many enemies here, and the enemies went crazy. He's going to hide at your place and help you. Yuan Su clearly remembered what Yu Chun and Li Tsang had said. Yes, Marshal. 130 years had passed, and Yi Tianzong once again came to Marshal Yuan Su's residence. Don't stay on the battlefield of the purple spirit race anymore. Go back and hide. I'm afraid that the heavenly venerables of the purple spirit race won't be able to resist assassinating you. I'll announce to the public that you were ambushed by a peak great emperor of the purple spirit race and were severely injured. You need to recuperate in peace. You don't have to go to the battlefield of the Silver Moon race anymore, Marshal Yuan Su said to Yi Tianzong with a grave expression. In the past 130 years, he had finally witnessed the astonishing destructive power of Yi Tianzong and the others when they were free to unleash their full power. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had killed too ruthlessly on the battlefield of the purple spirit race. More than 1,500 great emperors of the purple spirit race alone had died, as well as tens of billions of purple spirit race troops. Not only that, Yi Tianzong and the other two even boldly entered the territory of the purple spirit race to kill, completely infuriating the purple spirit race. Even the heavenly venerables of the purple spirit race couldn't help but attack Yi Tianzong and the others. However, Yi Tianzong was alert enough to escape in advance and return to the heavenly court's camp. Even so, Marshal Yuan Su didn't dare to let Yi Tianzong appear again. For the sake of Yi Tianzong's safety, he directly asked Yi Tianzong to return to look for Marshal Li Tsang. Yes, thank you, Marshal. I will leave immediately after returning, Yi Tianzong said calmly. Yes, I won't send you off. Remember to leave quietly. The human heart is unpredictable. There might be traitors of the human race in the camp acting as spies for the purple spirit race. Be careful. Yes, Marshal, don't worry. I'll take my leave now. Chapter 377. After more than 270 years, Yi Tianzong once again returned to the heavenly court's camp on the battlefield of the blood demon race. Li Tsang looked at Yi Tianzong and thought about what Yuan-Shu had told him. He said, Yuan-Shu has already told me. You can hide in the camp and cultivate in peace for the next 30 years. Otherwise, you can return to the human race's hinterland and hide. In any case, your battle fortress can be hidden. Don't go to the battlefield for the time being. To be honest, Li Tsang was also a little afraid that Yi Tianzong would provoke the blood demon race again. If that happened, the situation would not be easy to control. Yes, Marshal. I understand. My family and fellow disciples have already ascended and established a sect. I plan to bring my subordinates to the sect's territory and hide for the time being. I'll come back once every 10 years. What do you think, Marshal? Yi Tianzong said calmly. He knew that Marshal Li Tsang was protecting him. With the current hatred of the blood demon race, the ancient elephant race, and the purple spirit race, once they found out about his whereabouts, there might be celestial venerables who would personally assassinate him. This was not a joke. The war between races had always been fought at all costs with victory as the goal. Although on the surface, soldiers had to fight soldiers and generals had to fight generals, as long as they were not caught red-handed, all kinds of assassinations and sneak attacks in the dark were tacitly understood by both sides. Marshal Li Tsang thought for a moment and said, Well, that's good too. Let's do as you say. When the people of the heavenly court ask, I will stop them for you. Thank you, Marshal. After Yi Tianzong returned from Marshal Li Tsang's residence, he told Ling Xinyue, Shen Yu, and the soldiers under him about his next plan. No one had any objections. Therefore, after the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under Yi Tianzong and the other two entered the battle fortress, Yi Tianzong used his spatial divine power to put away the battle fortress. Then he hit his tracks with Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu and left the battlefield of the blood demon race. It had been more than 270 years since they ascended to the myriad races' great thousand world. Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the others had also successfully established the Haoranjin sect in the great thousand world. After more than 250 years of development, the Haoranjin sect now had 10,000 disciples. Yi Haoran and the others copied the division of ranks and functions of the Haoranjin sect in profound spirit world. They divided the disciples below myth realm into outer sect disciples, those at the first or second tier of myth realm into inner sect disciples, those at the third or fourth tier of myth realm into elite disciples, those at the fifth or sixth tier of myth realm into core disciples, and those at the seventh or sixth tier of myth realm into direct disciples or elders. Haoranjin sect recruited disciples once every 10 years, and they would rather have no disciples than have substandard ones. The people they recruited were all people with great potential. Over the past 250-something years, they had only managed to gather 10,000 disciples, and the highest chi realm among them was only at the second heaven of myth realm. However, Yi Haoran and the others were not in a hurry. After all, they had plenty of time and resources. The most important thing for them now was to lay low and develop. Haoranjin sect was at best a god-king level force. A god-king level force needed tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of development to become an emperor level force. Haoranjin sect's foundation was too shallow, and now was not the time to be reckless. With a grade 2 emperor level blessed land, Haoranjin sect could take advantage of the war between the human race and the foreign race to develop fully while they had no time to fight among themselves. The return of Yi Tianzong and the others sped up the development of Haoranjin sect. The Fortune Spiritual Pool, Fortune Profound Pool, Raging Fire Array, Profound Ice Array, Heart Refining Array, Myriad Image Array, Spirit Gathering Array, and other auxiliary array formations and facilities could be handled by Yi Haoran and the others with their current strength as peak god kings. However, the Great Sect Protection Array still required Yi Tianzong to decide. After Yi Tianzong returned, he brought more than 10 million pills with him. Then he used the remaining 10 million crystals and several emperor-level godly materials to set up a set of Haoran Yin-Yang 5 Elements Array for Haoranjin sect. This sect protecting array only had two functions: spirit gathering and defense. It could gather the energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000,000 miles to defend against the attack of a late-stage Emperor Realm expert. On top of that, Yi Tianzong also upgraded the various auxiliary formations. Not only were their effects better, even God Kings could train in the Blazing Fire Array, Mystic Ice Array, and Heart Refining Array. There was another benefit to the return of Yi Tianzong and the others. With the 3 Emperor-level experts, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, as well as the 3 million celestial soldiers and celestial generals under Yi Tianzong and the other 2, as well as more than 100 God King Realm Divine generals, the Haoranjin sect was able to eliminate all the factions that refused to submit to them in one fell swoop. They gathered all the resources and completely controlled the territory within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. There's nothing left to do in the sect. Our subordinates are also fine for the time being. Let's take a break and go dig some ores, Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu with a smile. That's great. We've always wanted to see the world battlefield you mentioned, but we never had the chance. Now we finally have the time, Ling Xinyue said to Yi Tianzong as she looked at him. All right. Let's go take a look at the world battlefield this time. We'll fight, cultivate, and dig some ores, Yi Tianzong said happily as he hugged Ling Xinyue and Xinyu's peerless figure. Once again, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu didn't bid farewell to the Black Heaven sect. Instead, they used the great ability, shape-shifting, and turned into 3 different people. Then, they entered the world battlefield through the Void Teleportation Formation and Starry Teleportation Gate. As Yi Tianzong had 4 exemption divine talismans, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu first went to the God King Zone of the world battlefield to find the locations of the various primal crystal and resource veins that Yi Tianzong had marked in the God King Zone. As the 10 boundless worlds had just gone through an internal war, the strength and number of living beings in each world had decreased sharply. Therefore, there were fewer people from each race and faction on the world battlefield, and they rarely wandered around the world battlefield. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu used the traceless void and followed the marks that Yi Tianzong had left behind. They easily found the primal crystal and various emperor-level god material veins. In the God King Zone, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu couldn't take the initiative to attack the God King experts. Therefore, Yi Tianzong, Xin Yu, and Shen Yu calmed down and cultivated while digging for primal crystals and various emperor-level god materials. With the three great emperors working as miners, the speed at which they excavated primal crystals and resource veins was very fast. When they were tired of digging, they directly leaned against the primal crystal veins to cultivate. When they were done cultivating, they continued to dig. When they felt bored, they returned to the surface to take a walk. With Yi Tianzong and the other two's current strength and realm, they could withstand the pressure of directly extracting the energy from the primal crystal veins to cultivate. In just 50 years, the three large primal crystal veins were completely excavated by Yi Tianzong and the other two. Apart from that, they also obtained a lot of 5-elemental gold essence, yin-yang true crystals, illusory void sand, rainbow marble, and other emperor-level god materials. After spending another 30 years or so to excavate all the resource veins that Yi Tianzong had previously discovered, Yi Tianzong and the other two didn't stay in the God King Zone for too long. Instead, they directly entered the 5th level of the world battlefield, the Great Emperor Zone. Compared to the 4th level of the God King Zone, the Great Emperor Zone was much smaller. However, the Great Emperor Zone's cultivation environment was better and there were more resources. At the same time, it was also more dangerous. Right now, there were very few living beings in the Great Emperor Zone. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu didn't want to cause trouble. Instead, they wanted to find some primal crystal veins and resource veins first. Unfortunately, even though Yi Tianzong didn't want to cause trouble, trouble still came knocking on his door. This time, the trouble they encountered didn't come from the human race. Instead, it came from the gray race and the divine race, who viewed them as mortal enemies. At this moment, Yi Tianzong still maintained the image of a rogue on the world battlefield and didn't deliberately hide his tracks. As a result, he became an existence that attracted a lot of hatred. Just as Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were searching for primal crystal veins, the great emperors of the gray race and the divine race who discovered Yi Tianzong's tracks gradually surrounded Yi Tianzong and the other two. Chapter 378. Yi Tianzong had been careless. After the continuous battles in the great thousand world of the myriad races, Yi Tianzong had somewhat forgotten the hatred and entanglement between him and the various races on the world battlefield. He had underestimated how much his enemies cared about wanderers. Looking at the 10 great emperors of the God race and the heaven race surrounding him, Yi Tianzong no longer thought about how these people had gathered together. Instead, he prepared for battle with Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu. "Wanderer, I didn't expect you to dare to swagger in front of us. Today, we will personally wash away the humiliation you have caused to our God race. You and the 2 people beside you will die today," a late-stage great emperor of the God race said to Yi Tianzong with a sneer. "Why are you wasting so much time? Just kill him to avoid any more trouble." Before Yi Tianzong could answer, a late-stage great emperor of the heaven race on the other side said impatiently. Then he directly attacked Yi Tianzong. The attack of this great emperor of the heaven race was like a signal. Next, all the great emperors of the God race and the heaven race attacked Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu with their respective divine abilities. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu did not waste any time. Since they were enemies, they would die. Each of them brandished their divine swords in a different direction and launched a sword Dao attack that could destroy heaven and earth. Under the powerful spatial suppression of the world battlefield, although Yi Tianzong and the others were all great emperors, the fluctuations of the battle were limited to a radius of 100,000 kilometers. The battle within a radius of 100,000 kilometers was intense. These great emperors of the God race and the heaven race were not the weak, great emperors of the blood demon race, the purple spirit race, or the ancient elephant race in the myriad races world. The great emperors who could enter the world battlefield were all outstanding among their peers, let alone the great emperors of the two heaven-blessed races, the God race and the heaven race. They were at least 3 times stronger than the great emperors of the purple spirit race and the blood demon race. This time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu found it very difficult to fight. They did not feel as invincible as they did in the great thousand world. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the 3 of them were only early-stage great emperors. However, while Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were struggling, the 10 great emperors from the God clan and the Heaven clan were struggling. They were even a little frightened. The 3 rogues were only early-stage great emperors, but their 2 races had 10 great emperors in total. There were early-stage, mid-stage, and late-stage great emperors. Not only were they unable to defeat the 3 rogues, but they were also at a disadvantage. This was unacceptable. These great emperors were all outstanding among their peers in their respective worlds. Now that they had the advantage in terms of cultivation and numbers, they were actually unable to do anything to 3 early-stage great emperors. What was this? This was an unacceptable humiliation. Yi Tianzong, who knew that he could not continue to fight, released his clone after sending a voice transmission to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. Yi Tianzong's clone had 30% of the strength of his main body, so it was still able to deal with 2 early-stage great emperors from the God clan and the Heaven clan. With the help of his clone, the pressure on Yi Tianzong was reduced by a lot. He directly charged towards the 2 late-stage great emperors from the God clan and the Heaven clan. After Yi Tianzong released his clone, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu also released their clones to help share the pressure. At the same time, they used their speed advantage to deal with the enemy. From time to time, they would cause some damage to the great emperors from the God clan and the Heaven clan. In order to end the battle quickly, Yi Tianzong did not care about the consumption of energy and directly used the astronomical phenomenon. Law embodiment of heaven and earth could increase Yi Tianzong's strength and speed exponentially. With Yi Tianzong's comprehension of this great divine ability, Yi Tianzong had transformed into a 10-zhangtal giant. In an instant, his strength had increased by 12 times. He swung the boundless divine sword and slashed all the way, beating the 2 late-stage great emperors of the God race and Heaven race like dogs. How is this possible? What kind of divine ability is this? Damn it! How do you know such a divine ability? In just a short span of 10 breaths, under the crazy attacks of Yi Tianzong, the 2 late-stage great emperors from the God clan and the Heaven clan could not resist Yi Tianzong's attacks and were slashed into ashes. After eliminating the 2 strongest great emperors from the God clan and the Heaven clan, Yi Tianzong did not delay and turned around to kill the remaining great emperors. Without any suspense, in front of Yi Tianzong, who was in a berserk state, the great emperors from the God clan and the Heaven clan had no choice but to be killed by Yi Tianzong and the other 2. They could not even escape. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu used the traceless void to completely hide their traces and left this place. Not long after they left, some great emperors from the God clan and the Heaven clan came here. What's going on? Didn't Emperor Shenluo say that he was chasing after the Wanderers? Where is he? A late-stage great emperor from the God clan frowned and looked at the destroyed traces of the battle. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The traces of the battle were destroyed, and there is no news of Emperor Tsangu and the others. Could it be? On the other side, a late-stage great emperor from the Heaven clan analyzed the scene. Wanderer, humph, it seems that we have underestimated him. If we don't get rid of him, he will definitely be a big problem for our God clan in the future. Humph, a mere rogue dares to provoke my Grey clan so recklessly. I must kill him with my own hands and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Since Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu carelessly fought with the great emperors from the God Clan and the Heaven Clan, the infinite kill order of the God Clan and the Heaven Clan appeared again in the entire Great Emperor area of the world battlefield. The great emperors of the Phoenix Clan, the Ancient Clan, the Human Clan, the Dragon Clan, and other clans also knew that the Wanderers, who had a deadly feud with the God Clan and the Heaven Clan in the Divine King area, had appeared again with 2 helpers. As soon as they appeared, they killed a total of 10 great emperors from the 2 clans. The major forces in the world of the 10 races, which had been resting after the war, once again became turbulent because of the appearance of the rogues. All the races were looking for the traces of the rogues. Except for the Human Clan, no other race wanted the Wanderers to continue to live. If the Wanderers were allowed to continue to live, they would definitely be a powerful force for the Human Clan in the 10 realms where that occurred every 100 million years. At that time, they would cause heavy casualties to the other races. Moreover, in addition to the other 9 races, the attitude of the Human Clan towards the Wanderers was also different. After hearing about the Wanderers, most of the Emperor-level forces who had a feud with the Wanderers wanted to reconcile with them, but they couldn't find the Wanderers. As for the Supreme Forces who had a feud with the Wanderers, they were determined to destroy the Wanderers, even if they had to ally with other races. Most of the other Supreme Forces of the Human Clan were indifferent and looked on coldly. Only a small part of them had an appreciative attitude. The entire Great Emperor area of the world battlefield was turbulent again because of the appearance of the Wanderers. At this time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu found a super Yuan crystal lode and hid hundreds of miles underground. The super Yuan crystal lode was above the large Yuan crystal lode. The total amount of Yuan crystals and energy contained was more than 50 times that of the large Yuan crystal lode. Only the Great Emperor area and the Celestial Master area had super Yuan crystal lodes. Chapter 379. After entering the Great Emperor area of the world battlefield, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were careless and fought with the great emperors of the God race and the Heaven race. After that, they used Traceless Void to avoid everyone's search and finally found a super origin crystal mine. After diving 50 kilometers underground, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu didn't plan on going out for a while. The 10-year period was almost up. They needed to leave the world battlefield and report to Marshal Li Tsang in the Myriad Race's Great Thousand World. After silently digging for origin crystals for more than 7 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu returned to the Hauranjin sect in the Myriad Race's Great Thousand World. After leaving 20 million origin crystals to the Hauranjin sect, Yi Tianzong and company went to the Heavenly Court's camp in the Blood Demon battlefield. You guys continue to hide and cultivate in peace. At present, the Blood Demon battlefield, the Ancient Elephant battlefield, and the Purple Spirit battlefield are under relatively less pressure because you guys killed a lot of great emperors of other races. The Silver Moon battlefield, a bunch of trash with ulterior motives. Marshal Li Tsang's tone was obviously not good when he spoke of the Silver Moon battlefield. Seeing Yi Tianzong's puzzled expression, Marshal Li Tsang thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, I'll tell you some things. There are countless races in the Myriad Race's Great Thousand World. The Blood Demon race is only ranked behind the human race, but the Silver Moon race is ranked 53rd, even lower than the Ancient Elephant race. The humans gathered in our 3 battlefields aren't as strong as the Silver Moon race's battlefield. But the Silver Moon race's battlefield is being led by a group of people with ulterior motives, and they are constantly losing ground." When Yi Tianzong heard Marshal Li Tsang's words, he immediately thought of the performance of the northern frontier when they fought against the Devil race in the profound spirit world. He said, "Are some factions trying to preserve their strength and some factions colluding with the Silver Moon race to eliminate outsiders?" Although Marshal Li Tsang didn't say anything, he obviously agreed with a cold snort. "Those bastards still want you to help them. What a joke. You can continue to cultivate. Be careful not to let others find out." With this Marshal here, those bastards can forget about using you as a scapegoat." Marshal Li Tsang said with a cold expression. "Yes, thank you, Marshal. This lowly official will take his leave. I will come back to pay you a visit in 10 years. N. After returning to the Immortal Mansion's world battlefield, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu continued to hide 50 kilometers underground, excavating the Super Origin crystal mine and cultivating their secret techniques. Whether it was Yi Tianzong's 9 Revolutions mysterious technique or Ling Xinyue's and Shen Yu's 9 Revolutions heavenly origin, these 2 secret techniques consumed an incalculable amount of energy. Ever since Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu had ascended to the Emperor realm, there had been no opportunity or resources for them to cultivate secret techniques. Now that there was a Super Origin crystal mine, it was enough to provide them with the energy they needed to cultivate the 4th Revolution secret technique. With the accumulation of countless battle merits, Yi Tianzong, Xin Yu, and Xin Yu had used the battle merits to exchange for resources to raise their cultivation to the peak of the early Emperor realm. Their comprehension of the laws had also reached the peak of the early Emperor realm. Once they cultivated the 4th Revolution secret technique, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu would have a high chance of breaking through to the Middle Emperor realm within 100 years. At that time, their strength would increase even further, and their ability to survive in the world battlefield would also be greatly enhanced. Because of the special rules of the world battlefield, it was extremely safe to be 50 kilometers underground. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu each chose a direction of the Super Origin crystal mine. They were 30 kilometers away from each other, and then they began to cultivate the secret technique. As they cultivated the secret technique, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu suddenly turned into 3 bottomless pits, continuously devouring the surrounding energy. And because of Yi Tianzong, Xin Yu, and Xin Yu, the Super Origin crystal mine suddenly became violent. It was as if an extremely pure and vast ocean of energy was flowing in reverse. Boundless and endless pure energy surged madly towards Yi Tianzong, Xin Yu, and Xin Yu. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were all cultivating the secret technique. As long as it was energy, the 3 of them would not reject it. The 3 of them turned into black holes that continuously absorbed and devoured all the energy, then used the secret technique to transform it into an extremely profound and mysterious power to enhance the bodies, souls, Emperor Qi, potential, and origins of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu. With the almost endless supply of pure energy from the Super Origin crystal mine, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu cultivated the secret technique very quickly. In just 3 years, they had completed most of the 4th Revolution secret technique. In the past, the reason why cultivating the secret technique was slow was that it required time to first devour a lot of cultivation resources and absorb different types of energy. Then, using the secret technique to gather these different types of energy into a single type of source energy. Finally, the gathered source energy could be used to enhance all aspects of Yi Tianzong, Xin Yu, and Xin Yu. Now, all the origin crystals in the Super Origin crystal mine contain the same type of extremely pure energy, so they only needed to absorb it directly. This saved a lot of time, so the cultivation progress of the secret technique was naturally very fast. 5 years later, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu had successfully completed the 4th Revolution of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art and the 4th Revolution of the 9 heavenly origin revolutions. Whether it was their divine body, soul, or Emperor Qi, they had more than doubled, and their potential and origins had clearly become more profound and solid. However, at this time, because of their cultivation, the entire Super Origin crystal mine was experiencing an energy riot. Endless origin crystals turned into a torrent of energy that crazily poured into their bodies. If they suddenly stopped, it was very likely that they would be hit by the explosion of endless energy. At this time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu immediately decided to cultivate the fifth revolution of the secret technique. The 9 revolutions mysterious art and the 9 heavenly origins secret techniques were the 2 secret techniques that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu needed to cultivate from the God King realm to the heavenly venerable realm. They would completely transform the 3 of them from the beginning to the end. Each revolution of the 2 secret techniques required an immeasurable amount of energy to cultivate. There was no realm limit to the cultivation of the secret techniques. In other words, as long as Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu had enough opportunities, even if they were in the God King realm, they could still cultivate the 9 revolutions secret techniques. The premise was that they could endure it. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu did not have the extravagant hope of cultivating all the secret techniques in one go. Even if they had the opportunity to do so, they would not want to do so. This was because if they cultivated all the 9 revolutions, secret techniques in the God King realm, their foundation would be too strong. If it was too strong, then it would be far too difficult for them to become great emperors, and it would be far too difficult for them to become heavenly venerables. Just the heavenly Tao's, heavenly lightning alone would be enough to turn them into ashes. The 3rd revolution God King realm, the 3rd revolution Great Emperor realm, and the 3rd revolution Celestial Venerable realm. This was the plan of Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu. As long as they cultivated all the 9 revolutions, secret techniques, and fused them into one, they would have the most solid foundation and potential to break through to the God Myth realm. As long as they could create their own great Tao, they would have a very high chance of transcending the great 1,000 worlds in the future, becoming gods and devils who could travel through the endless primal chaos and stand side by side with the great 1,000 worlds. The peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the God Myth realm was the supreme celestial venerable, the apex of the great 1,000 worlds in the endless primal chaos. After breaking through to the God Myth realm, one would have to rely on one's own Tao to withstand the test of the supreme great Tao of the myriad worlds. After passing the test, one would transcend the great 1,000 worlds and become gods and devils who could stand side by side with the great 1,000 worlds. Gods and devils were not bound by the world and could freely travel through the endless primal chaos of the myriad worlds. They were the amalgamations of the myriad worlds. In the boundless Tao realm, the gods and devils were the first level, and only then could they truly pursue the path of the supreme great Tao. With the support of the endless energy from the super yuan crystal mine, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's cultivation of the 5th revolution secret technique rapidly progressed. The 3 of them became even more powerful bottomless black holes, crazily devouring the torrent of energy and then converting it into their own strength and foundation through the secret technique. P.S. The author is having a bit of bad luck today. He cut his hand while chopping vegetables, and now his middle finger and index finger are bandaged. It's too tiring to type. Chapter 380. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Time passed slowly, and finally 6 years had passed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had finally completed the 5th transformation of the secret method. With the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of mysterious art and the 9 transformations of Tianyuan, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had more than doubled in all aspects. After the 4th and 5th transformations of the secret method, the overall strength of the 3 had increased by more than 6 times compared to before the cultivation of the 4th transformation of the secret method. After Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had completed the 5th transformation of the secret method, countless yuan crystals had disappeared from the super yuan crystal load that they had been absorbing energy from, leaving only less than 10% of the energy. The originally turbulent and unstoppable energy torrent had also been reduced to a controllable level, and it would not explode because of the sudden interruption of Yi Tianzong and the other 2. After completing the 5th transformation of the secret method, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue and Xinyu did not stop, but continued to absorb the remaining energy of the super yuan crystal load to replenish the Emperor's qi in their bodies. It was not until their bodies had absorbed enough Emperor's qi that they slowly stopped. Originally, it would have taken about 100 years to break through to the middle stage of the Great Emperor realm, but now it will only take 30 years at most. After we break through, we will turn the entire Great Emperor battlefield upside down, Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xingyue and Xinyu. It seems that you have attracted a lot of hatred on the world battlefield before. Originally, you still needed to find a way to stir up trouble, but now you don't even need to do that. Xinyu looked at Yi Tianzong mockingly. What do you mean by that? They are just jealous of my wisdom, Yi Tianzong said shamelessly as Ling Xingyue and Xinyu rolled their eyes. Then, with a wicked smile on his face, he directly pounced on Ling Xingyue and Xinyu and began a lively physical fight. Wanderer appeared again. With 2 helpers, he ambushed 3 great emperors of the god race. Wanderer's strength became stronger again. With 2 women, he ambushed 7 great emperors of the heaven race. 2 days ago, Wanderer and 2 women eliminated 3 great emperors of the demon race. Ever since Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue and Xinyu spent more than 20 years to break through to the intermediate martial monarch realm. They began their journey of revenge. Ling Xingyue and Xinyu had broken through to the middle stage of the emperor realm, and with the completion of the 5th revolution secret technique, their strength had surpassed ordinary peak stage emperor realm experts. They were on par with most of the peak stage Emperor realm experts from the God race and Heaven race. On the other hand, Yi Tianzong's strength was on par with the most powerful great emperors in the Great Thousand Worlds. He stood at the top of the great emperors. With such strength, as long as he was careful not to be surrounded by a large number of great emperors on the world battlefield, he could do whatever he wanted. Therefore, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Xinyu began to find the great emperors of the 10 great races, one by one, to take revenge. And all the races and forces that had been looking for Wanderer for a long time also received the news of Wanderer's appearance again. This time, Yi Tianzong did not plan to fight a large number of enemies, because the battlefield of the great emperors was close to the battlefield of the celestial masters. There were many celestial masters hiding and wandering around in the battlefield of the great emperors. Yi Tianzong did not want to be taken advantage of by the celestial masters of the enemy forces when he was fighting with those great emperors. They hid among the great emperors, and then he accidentally injured them and taught them a lesson. Therefore, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Xinyu had been using the traceless void. They blended into the space of the battlefield and silently looked for targets to attack. Speaking of which, the traceless void, the remarkable ability that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Xinyu had created before he reached the myth realm, was really useful. There were many accidental factors that led to the creation of the traceless void. In the end, it was created when Yi Tianzong was in a state of epiphany. Now, the traceless void that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had deduced was a perfect fusion of the laws of space, the laws of time, the laws of illusion, and the laws of cause and effect. Once it was used, even celestial masters might not be able to detect it. 50 years had passed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Xinyu had been sneakily attacking and killing the great emperors of the various forces that wanted to kill the 3 of them. The number of great emperors they killed ranged from 3 to 13 at a time. Even if they could not kill all of them every time, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 did not linger. When the time was up, they turned and left. In the past 50 years, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had killed a total of more than 300 great emperors of various races. It was because of this cautious attitude that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Xinyu were able to survive safely among thousands of great emperors in the 10 greater worlds. However, as time passed, it became more and more difficult for Yi Tianzong and the other 2 to kill their enemies. The danger also increased. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had encountered experts whose cultivation realm they could not see clearly. According to Yi Tianzong's guess, there were celestial venerables wandering in the great emperor's region. Moreover, more and more celestial venerables were entering the great emperor's region. After hiding their auras and traces, they carefully returned to the depths of a super yuan crystal mine. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu sat facing each other. In the past 50 years, Yi Tianzong and the other two's footprints covered an area of 300 billion miles. The world battlefield was not like the greater world. Due to the strong spatial suppression, the great emperors in the great emperor's region could only fly 3,000 miles in a breath. In the surrounding 300 billion miles, Yi Tianzong and the other two had found a total of 2 unowned super yuan crystal mines, 6 large yuan crystal mines, 2 emperor-grade divine material mines, and 1 supreme-grade divine material mine. The 2 emperor-grade divine material mines were the Cosmos Golden Stone Mine and the Creation Green Rock Mine, while the supreme-grade mine was the Tianyu Mysterious Crystal Mine. The Tianyu Mysterious Crystal was a material used to refine heavenly venerables. Not only was its strength immeasurable, but it also contained the profound mysteries of spatial laws. It was extremely rare in the greater world. We can't go out anymore. There are more and more celestial venerables in the great emperor's battlefield now. Although we can hide once we are discovered by celestial venerables, it will be very difficult for us to get rid of them. Let's dig up some yuan crystals and materials first. Anyway, we have plenty of time. When our strength breaks through again, we'll go back after a few hundred years. Besides, there are still many weaklings in the myriad races world waiting for us to deal with. Okay, we'll listen to you. Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu had no objections to Yi Tianzong's suggestion. It was too difficult to easily kill a great emperor on the world battlefield. Compared to the great emperors on the world battlefield, the enemies on the human race battlefield in the myriad races world were much easier to deal with in terms of strength and difficulty. More than 20 years passed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu did not go out to create more enemies. Instead, they hid underground and cultivated while digging up yuan crystals and various refining materials. By the time the 3 of them returned to the myriad races world, they had excavated a total of 200 million origin crystals. They had collected over 2,000 cubes of Cosmos Golden Stone and Fortune Green Rock, as well as over 200 cubes of Empyrean Mystic Crystals. After returning to the Hao Ranjin sect, Yi Tianzong discovered that his father, Yi Haoren, and his uncle, Yi Haoyun, had reached the critical point of a breakthrough. They would be able to break through from the godly monarch realm to the great emperor realm in 3 to 4 years. This situation was very advantageous for the Hao Ranjin sect. Once the 2 of them broke through, the Hao Ranjin sect would have some ability to protect itself. Chapter 381. After paying another visit to Marshal Li Tsang, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu returned to the Hao Ranjin sect's territory to continue their seclusion. This time, after paying a visit to Marshal Li Tsang and displaying his cultivation base as a mid-stage great emperor, Yi Tianzong knew that 10 years later it would be time for him and the others to enter the battlefield again. After returning to the Hao Ranjin sect, Yi Tianzong, Xin Yu, and Xin Yu gathered the 3 million celestial soldiers and celestial generals scattered throughout the Hao Ranjin sect's territory. Then they explained to all the celestial soldiers, celestial generals, and divine generals how to cultivate from the first heaven of myth realm to the peak of the divine king realm. With Yi Tianzong's teachings, the 3 million celestial soldiers, celestial generals, and more than 100 divine kings and divine generals found their cultivation smoother and easier. Their cultivation speed increased by more than 3 times. In order to increase the strength of his subordinates as much as possible, Yi Tianzong also distributed a large number of divine pills. While Yi Tianzong was carefully cultivating the celestial soldiers and celestial generals, Yi Haoren and Yi Haoyun both successfully broke through to the great emperor realm. Both of them broke through to the divine king realm with 9 types of laws. They were both great emperors who broke through to the great emperor realm with 9 types of laws. As early-stage great emperors, they could fight against mid-stage great emperors, with Yi Haoren and Yi Haoyun successfully breaking through to the great emperor realm. Yi Tianzong temporarily put aside his worries about the Haoranjin sect. After Yi Haoren and Yi Haoyun, Yi Yuanshan, Su Mingxin, and the other members of Yi Tianzong's family also accumulated to the peak. At most, everyone would break through in 200 years. At that time, besides Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, there would be 7 great emperors in the Haoranjin sect. They would be able to firmly control the cultivation paradise within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. After Yi Haoren and Yi Haoyun broke through, Yi Tianzong taught them the 9 heavenly origin secret technique. At the same time, he also left more than 100 divine-grade divine pills for cultivation. He also told Yi and Yi Haoyun about his cultivation experience without reservation. Great emperors comprehending the laws to increase great emperor realm wasn't as long as they meditated. The laws was the foundation of the world emperor realm, a visit to the heavenly god realm, a visit world emperor realm. Comprehending the laws and grasping the power of the laws was prying into the mysteries of the heavenly god realm. This was not allowed by the heavenly god realm. Therefore, the process of comprehending the laws was destined to become more and more difficult. At the great emperor realm, comprehending the laws of the heavenly god realm would become more and more difficult. Without an opportunity, the speed of comprehending the laws of the heavenly god realm would be incredibly slow. For an early-stage great emperor realm expert, an early-stage great emperor who often sought opportunities outside and tempered himself through battle might be able to break through to the mid-stage great emperor realm after 10,000 years. However, for an early-stage great emperor realm expert who only meditated in seclusion, if he wanted to rely on comprehending the laws of the heavenly god realm to break through to the mid-stage great emperor realm, he would need at least 100,000 years. This was the difference between the two. When one reached the great emperor realm, every minor breakthrough would take tens of thousands of years under normal circumstances. 10 years passed very quickly. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu gathered all the divine generals and divine soldiers under their command and had them enter the battle fortress. Then Yi Tianzong put away the battle fortress, and the 3 of them concealed their tracks and headed towards the battlefield of the blood demon race. When they arrived at the heavenly court's camp, Yi Tianzong once again paid his respects to Marshal Li Cong. This time, he wasn't the only one in the marshal's residence. All the other great emperors and marshals who were resting in the heavenly court's camp were also present. The blood demon race, the ancient elephant race, the purple spirit race, and the silver moon race haven't given up on their evil intentions. They've increased the strength of their attacks and are determined to suppress the human race and invade our territory. They refuse to negotiate with us. The elf race and the heavenly snow race, who are on good terms with us, are also being attacked by other races. The situation isn't optimistic and they can't support us. It seems that this is a major crisis for the human race. The war is far from over. On the contrary, the true war between races has just begun. Right now, every bit of strength is precious. Although it's very dangerous, we have no choice but to fight to the death with those foreign races. That's all I have to say. All of you go and prepare. You must enter the battlefield tomorrow and meet the enemy, Marshal Li Cong said with a cold expression. Yes, Marshal, everyone answered. After everyone else left, Yi Tianzong, who had been asked to stay by the marshal's voice transmission, returned to the residence. This time, go all out and kill as many as you can. In the past, because we were worried that the foreign races would crazily retaliate, we could only let you lie low. However, since they want to kill the human race, there's no need to worry anymore. Do your best to kill all the enemies you see. If you have the strength to spare, remember to take care of the others. Marshal Li Tsang instructed Yi Tianzong. Yes, Marshal. Kill all enemies who attack the human race without mercy, Yi Tianzong replied firmly. After returning to the residence, Yi Tianzong told Ling Xinyu and all his subordinates about the current situation of the human race. After resting for a night, they set off the next day. The team led by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu was a surprise attack. With the military seal given by Marshal Li Tsang, Yi Tianzong first found the great emperors of the human race in the areas of the early and middle stage great emperors. From them, he learned about the general distribution of the great emperors of the blood demon race. After learning about the distribution of the great emperors, Yi Tianzong and the other two led their celestial soldiers, celestial generals, and the great emperors of the human race who had provided them with information. It had been nearly 300 years since Yi Tianzong wreaked havoc on the battlefield of the blood demon race. The blood demon race had forgotten about Yi Tianzong's existence. Therefore, Yi Tianzong and the other two's assassination was very effective. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu's first battle after returning to the battlefield of the blood demon race was to lead the 3 great emperors of the human race to destroy a gathering point of 30 great emperors of the blood demon race. Yi Tianzong and the other two, who had made a breakthrough in their cultivation, faced 2 late-stage great emperors and 28 middle-stage great emperors of the blood demon race without any pressure at all. Under the shocked gazes of the 3 great emperors of the human race, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu killed a great emperor of the blood demon race with one strike. They were so powerful that it was a mess. As the great emperors of the blood demon race screamed in despair and disbelief, they quickly suppressed 30 great emperors of the blood demon race. After destroying a gathering point of the great emperors of the blood demon race, Yi Tianzong and the other two immediately rushed to the next gathering point of the enemy. In the area of the early stage and middle stage great emperors, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu hunted down the great emperors of the blood demon race without any scruples with the help of the information provided by the great emperors of the human race. In just 10 years, Yi Tianzong and the other two led the great emperors of the human race to kill more than 800 great emperors of the blood demon race. They destroyed an army of tens of billions of blood demon race and ruthlessly suppressed the arrogance of the blood demon race. After hunting in the areas of the early stage and middle stage great emperors for 10 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu finally entered the battlefield of the late stage great emperors. Yi Tianzong and the other two's reputation had long spread throughout the battlefield of the blood demon race. Everyone in the human race's territory knew that 3 ruthless people had appeared in the areas of the early stage and middle stage great emperors. Although these 3 ruthless people were only middle stage great emperors, their strength was off the charts. It was a piece of cake for them to hunt down enemies of the blood demon race of the same level. In just 10 years, they had killed more than 800 great emperors of the blood demon race. Chapter 382. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu entered the battlefield of the late-stage great emperors. They did not even have time to look for the great emperors of the human race before they encountered the battle between the human race and the blood demon race. Looking into the distance within a range of billions of miles, countless human armies were either in battle formations, controlling sky-patrolling battleships, or controlling battle fortresses. They clashed with the endless army of the blood demon race. It was as if 2 monstrous torrents were colliding violently. The human race and the blood demon race's army were engaged in the most brutal and direct battle. In the sky above this boundless battlefield, more than 150 late-stage great emperors of the human race were fighting with nearly 500 late-stage great emperors of the blood demon race. This was a very unequal battle. The human great emperors were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. They were completely suppressed by the enemies of the blood demon race. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu left their divine generals and celestial soldiers on the battlefield on the ground. The three of them each controlled a battle fortress. Each fortress contained 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals. They charged toward the army of the blood demon race without hesitation. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu flew thousands of miles into the sky and joined the battlefield of the great emperors. It was too easy to recognize the three of them. When the great emperors of the blood demon race saw Yi Tianzong and the other two joining the battlefield, they immediately recognized their identities. More than 30 late-stage great emperors of the blood demon race immediately attacked Yi Tianzong and the other two. Kill! Yi Tianzong and the other two did not waste any time. They summoned their protective armor and divine swords. Then, they unleashed their peak strength and turned into 3 beams of light that transcended time and space. They formed a spiral belt of light and charged toward the great emperors of the blood demon race. In order to prepare for a possible battle, Yi Tianzong and the other two had prepared a large number of emperor-grade divine pills. With a large number of emperor-grade divine pills to recover their energy, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu completely let go of all their worries. They constantly burned the boundless heavenly emperor's origin in their bodies, so that their strength was at its peak. Boundless infinity, yin-yang combination. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu used a combination attack that they had painstakingly created. Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu's cultivation techniques originated from Yi Tianzong's Heavens' Expanse mysterious scripture. Therefore, there was a high innate possibility that they could fuse the two techniques. Yi Tianzong and the other two, who had used the combination attack, formed a telepathic connection. The 3 beams of light that were originally separated gradually merged into a single tricolor beam of light as they spiraled. It charged toward the attacking great emperors of the blood demon race at a speed that transcended time and space. Time and space seemed to be frozen. Everything seemed so slow and fragile in front of the tricolor beam of light that transcended time and space. All the emperors of the blood demon tribe who were attacking suddenly looked terrified. Why was this happening? Why couldn't they move? More than 30 great emperors of the blood demon race were terrified. They could not move as they watched the tricolor beam of light penetrate the heavenly emperor body that they were so proud of. Then the powerlessness and darkness that filled their bodies drowned their consciousness. The tricolor beam of light was like an indestructible sword that transcended time and space. It pierced through the bodies of the great emperors of the blood demon race. All the great emperors of the blood demon race, whose bodies were penetrated by the beam of light, had their souls destroyed. They died instantly. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than 30 great emperors of the blood demon race who had come to attack Yi Tianzong and the other two were killed by their combined attack. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu broke away from the joint attack. Their faces were pale. They immediately used the space escape technique and escaped from the sight of all the experts on the battlefield. Then they entered the Immortal Mansion. After entering the Immortal Mansion, they immediately consumed Emperor-grade divine pills to recover their energy. Although it had only been 10 breaths of time, they had eliminated more than 30 late-stage great emperors of the blood demon race. It was a glorious result. Therefore, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had consumed a lot of energy. They only had less than 30% of their energy left. Just as Yi Tianzong and the other two were racing against time to recover their energy, the fierce battle between the humans and the blood demon race in the outside world suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. What had they just seen? A tricolored beam of light shuttled back and forth. Then, more than 30 late-stage great emperors were killed in the blink of an eye. Only 3 great emperors of the human race showed their faces for a short while. Then they ran away. Who could tell them if they were dreaming? The great emperors of the human race and the blood demon race looked at each other. The atmosphere was very solemn and oppressive. This standoff could last for a second or 2 hours. Kill! The humans and the blood demon race fought fiercely again. Even if something unbelievable happened, they couldn't care less. Killing the enemies in front of them was the most important thing. The killing intent was biting cold. Divine abilities could destroy the world. The violent aftershocks of the battle swept in all directions, destroying the sea of clouds. The entire sky shook. After an hour in the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had recovered to their peak state. This time, we'll all eat Emperor Essence pills to replenish our energy. Let's try to kill more enemies together, Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. Okay. Maintaining the traceless void state, Yi Tianzong and the other two slowly approached the battlefield of the great emperors. Then they went to the back of the blood demon race. After the preparations were completed, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu appeared from the void. Then each of them had 5 Emperor Essence pills in their mouths. Once again, they performed the boundless infinitum yin-yang combination combined attack. The tricolored light beam that transcended time and space appeared again. All the targets locked onto by the tricolored light beam felt as if time and space around them had been frozen. They couldn't move at all. The great emperors of the blood demon race didn't expect Yi Tianzong and the other two, who had already left under their noses, to sneak behind them and attack them from behind. There was no sound. There wasn't a huge commotion. The tricolored light beam pierced through the bodies of the great emperors of the blood demon race. Then, endless darkness drowned their consciousness. In 15 breaths' time, the tricolored light beam killed 50 late-stage great emperors of the blood demon race under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the great emperors of the human race and the blood demon race. Then the tricolored light beam disappeared. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu appeared on the spot. Their faces were pale from overexertion, nodding their heads at the Mother Asterisk King Human King. Yi Tianzong and the other two unleashed their space shift mystic skills once more. Instantly, they were tens of millions of miles away, disappearing from everyone's sight. They then entered the vast expanse of mortal manor to recover their strength. Chapter 383. Yi Tianzong and the other two left the battlefield of the human race and the blood demon, great emperors. However, the shock they caused to the human race and the blood demon, great emperors, was indelible. It was easy to identify Yi Tianzong and the other two. Both the human race and the blood demon race recognized them. However, they did not expect Yi Tianzong and the other two to possess such unbelievable strength. With an unknown method, killing a late-stage great emperor was as easy as killing an ant. Even those from the same race were terrified, let alone those from the blood demon race who were his enemies. The life and death battle stopped. The great emperors of the human race and the blood demon race were divided into 2 distinct camps. They faced each other, but no one made a move. It was as if they were waiting for something. The great emperors of the blood demon race, who had the advantage in numbers, sent a portion of their great emperors to face the human race head-on. The rest of the great emperors were still vigilant in 3 directions. This time, Yi Tianzong and the other two stayed in the immortal mansion for 2 hours. Not only did they recover their energy, but they also recovered their spiritual energy. After recovering to their peak state, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu used the traceless void again and quietly approached the battlefield of the great emperors. Although the great emperors of the blood demon race were vigilantly observing their surroundings, they did not notice Yi Tianzong and the other two approaching. After quietly arriving below the camp of the great emperors of the blood demon race, Yi Tianzong transmitted a message to the great emperors of the human race, asking them to attack the blood demon race to attract the enemy's attention. The great emperors of the human race were overjoyed when they heard Yi Tianzong's message. However, they did not show it on their faces. One of them, a rough-looking late-stage great emperor holding a purple-gold lightning hammer, pretended to be impatient and roared at the blood demon race. Blood demon scum, Are you still going to fight or not? If you're not going to fight, I'll fight. Watch out for my purple gold lightning hammer. Kill! As soon as the rough-looking great emperor of the human race made his move, all the other great emperors of the human race unleashed their strongest mystiques. All kinds of mystiques that were so powerful that they could destroy heaven and earth swarmed toward the blood demon race's camp. As for the great emperor of the blood demon race, he looked at the incoming great emperor of the human race with a grim expression. With a roar, he launched a counterattack as well. However, this time, only 200 blood demon great emperors fought back. The remaining 200 blood demon great emperors remained vigilant as they watched the void around them. They were afraid that Yi Tianzong and the other two would appear and ambush them again. However, this was destined to be futile because Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu's combined mystic powers were far too fast. They transcended time and space and were a type of forbidden mystic powers. They wanted to block them, but they couldn't even react in time. At this moment, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu appeared from the void. They combined into a tricolored light beam again and charged toward the great emperors of the blood demon race from 1,000,000 miles below them. 1,000,000 miles was nothing to the tricolored light beam created by Yi Tianzong and the other two. By the time the great emperors of the blood demon race realized what was going on, the tricolored light beam was already in front of them. Move away! Damn it! Why can't I move? It's impossible. At this moment, Yi Tianzong and the other two had entered a very strange state. In this strange state, they could travel through time and space freely. The great emperors of the blood demon race fell into panic once again. In the face of the tricolored light beam that transcended time and space, they were so powerless and fragile, they could only be slaughtered. After the great emperors were penetrated by the tricolored light beam one by one, they fell silent and died completely. After eliminating another 50 great emperors of the blood demon race, Yi Tianzong and the other two left the state of combination and appeared outside the battlefield. Looking at the terrified expressions of the great emperors of the blood demon race, Yi Tianzong smiled coldly and said, "Just wait. I'll be back." After that, he immediately used the space escape mystic powers with Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu and disappeared from everyone's senses. After they left, the great emperors of the blood demon race and the great emperors of the blood demon race once again stopped fighting and returned to the state of confrontation. Looking at the humans opposite them with hatred and helplessness, the great emperors of the blood demon race knew that their meticulous plan to force the humans into a decisive battle had failed. Not only had they failed, but they had also suffered heavy losses. All of this was because of the sudden appearance of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu. They didn't know what heaven-defying mystic powers they had used, but all of their efforts and plans had gone up in smoke. Although they had eliminated more than 10 great emperors of the blood demon race, Yi Tianzong and the other two had eliminated more than 130 great emperors in a short period of time. It was truly a heavy loss. Retreat! The great emperors of the blood demon race reluctantly and helplessly made the decision to retreat. Although they wanted to severely injure the 150 great emperors of the blood demon race, they had the strength to do so. However, the threat of Yi Tianzong and the other two was too great. They didn't dare to take the risk and didn't dare to stay for another minute. If Yi Tianzong and the other two really came back to attack them, they would suffer heavy losses again. The great emperors of the blood demon race retreated reluctantly. The army of the blood demon race on the ground also began to retreat in an orderly manner. In order to prevent the great emperors of the blood demon race from killing them, the human great emperors ordered their armies to stop chasing. After all, the great emperors of the blood demon race still had the upper hand in terms of numbers. If they were forced into a corner, the human army would definitely suffer heavy losses. The great emperors of the blood demon race retreated far away. The army below was also retreating. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, who had recovered to their peak, appeared on the battlefield once again. This time, the three of them didn't hide their tracks. Instead, they appeared openly in front of the great emperors of the blood demon race. Their powerful auras filled the heavens and earth without any concealment. The great emperors of the blood demon race didn't have any hope left. In the following time, Yi Tianzong and the other two great emperors of the blood demon race got to know each other. The great emperors of the blood demon race expressed their gratitude to Yi Tianzong and the other two great emperors of the blood demon race. At the same time, they looked at the three of them with respect and fear in their eyes. After bidding farewell to the great emperors of the blood demon race, Yi Tianzong and the other two great emperors of the blood demon race put away the celestial soldiers and generals in the three fortresses. Then they hid their tracks and followed the direction of the blood demon race's retreat. Since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, Yi Tianzong wasn't satisfied with the result of only killing 130 enemies. Time passed quickly. Another 100 years passed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had already made a name for themselves on the battlefield between the humans and the blood demon race. In the 100 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, with the help of the great emperors of the blood demon race, wiped out countless great emperors of the blood demon race and wiped out the blood demon race's army. In the battlefield between the great emperors of the late stage and the peak stage, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu performed the boundless infinitum, combination of yin and yang, combined attack to wipe out the great emperors of the blood demon race. In the 100 years, more than 1,700 great emperors of the blood demon race had died in the hands of Yi Tianzong and the other two great emperors of the blood demon race. Because of Yi Tianzong and the other two great emperors of the blood demon race, the number of great emperors of the blood demon race had plummeted. The gap in strength between the humans and the blood demon race had narrowed further. The blood demon race's all-out attack on the human territory also slowed down because of this, giving the humans more time to set up a defense line. Chapter 384. Now, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had become the most hated targets of the blood demon race. They were also the primary targets that they had to kill. In the previous 100 years of battles, Yi Tianzong and the other two had killed far too many blood demon great emperors, causing the blood demon race to suffer heavy losses. However, they had also revealed their unparalleled talent and potential. They were only in the mid-stage great emperor realm, but they could already match a peak great emperor realm expert in a one-on-one battle. When the three of them worked together, they could even kill several peak great emperors. It was simply unbelievable. As the enemy of the human race, the blood demon race would never allow Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu to continue growing. If Yi Tianzong and the other two were allowed to continue growing, they would very likely become extremely powerful heavenly venerables in the future, or even supreme heavenly venerables. When that happened, it would be no different from a great disaster for the blood demon race. The blood demon, heavenly venerables, no longer cared about bullying the weak. They directly lowered their status and began to hunt down Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. However, Yi Tianzong was too alert and too good at hiding. He knew that if he, Xinyu, and Xinyu were recklessly hunting great emperors of the blood demon race, they would very likely attract the blood demon heavenly venerable's attention. Therefore, every time before attacking the blood demon race, Yi Tianzong would fully activate the Immortal Mansion and use the power of the Immortal Mansion to calculate the danger. As long as Yi Tianzong sensed extreme danger, he would give up on attacking the blood demon race and switch to another area to continue hunting. With the interference of the human heavenly venerables, the blood demon heavenly venerables were unable to focus on finding Yi Tianzong and the other two. Therefore, in the past 100 years, Yi Tianzong and the other two had repeatedly escaped from the blood demon heavenly venerable's pursuit and continued to hunt great emperors of the blood demon race. After more than 100 years on the battlefield of the Blood Demon Clan, Yi Tianzong was sent to the battlefield of the ancient Elephant Clan by Marshal Li Tsong. Marshal Yu Qin looked at Yi Tianzong in amazement and said, "I really didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise." He was only a mid-stage martial monarch, but he was already able to kill a peak martial monarch. "This time, I borrowed you from senior brother because I want you to help me reduce the pressure on my side. As you know, the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, the Purple Spirit race, and the Silver Moon race are attacking the human race with all their might. They are determined to severely injure or even destroy us. The pressure on the battlefield of the Blood Demons has been greatly reduced because of your crazy hunting. On my side of the Ancient Elephant Clan's battlefield, my clones are exhausted. Those peak great emperors from the Ancient Elephant Clan have me surrounded. Once you're on the battlefield, you can do whatever you want. When the heavenly venerables of the Ancient Elephant race can't help but chase after you, I'll let you go to the Purple Spirit race's battlefield." At this point, Marshal Yu Qin couldn't help but smile. Then he continued, "You're the first mid-stage martial monarch to be able to escape the pursuit of heavenly venerables so many times. If I didn't know you had this ability, I really wouldn't have called you over with ease." Hearing Marshal Yu Qin's words, Yi Tianzong actually felt a faint sadness in his heart. Was this the true portrayal of the otherworldly version of "I'm a brick, I'll go where I'm needed"? However, Yi Tianzong didn't reject this situation. He was proficient in the divine ability of heaven's secrets and had the Immortal Mansion as an absolutely safe escape route. Yi Tianzong didn't mind working a little harder. Moreover, this was also a way to quickly accumulate battle credits and merits. Once the war ended, he would definitely receive the rewards he deserved. Once again stepping into the battlefield of the Ancient Elephant Clan, Yi Tianzong found the familiar great emperors of the human race. With the help of the great emperors of the human race, he started a crazy hunt for the great emperors of the Ancient Elephant Clan. Speed was the most important thing in war. With the example of the Blood Demons, Yi Tianzong knew that once the news of him being on the battlefield of the Ancient Elephant Clan spread, the heavenly venerables of the Ancient Elephant Clan would definitely hunt him down in advance to prevent him from causing more harm. Therefore, Yi Tianzong was very cautious on the battlefield of the Ancient Elephant Clan. He didn't dare to be careless at all. Perhaps after he became a peak great emperor, he would compete with the heavenly venerables. However, he was only a mid-stage great emperor right now. He didn't have the audacity to court death. Yi Tianzong's first battle on the battlefield of the Ancient Elephant Clan was a series of sneak attacks. He killed 20 peak great emperors of the Ancient Elephant Clan consecutively. Then he quickly moved to the mid-stage great emperor area and crazily hunted down the enemies. Yi Tianzong moved from place to place without any pattern in the battlefield of the early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak stage great emperor areas. The Ancient Elephant Clan's heavenly venerables who heard the news couldn't catch up to Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu no matter what. This made the Ancient Elephant Clan's heavenly venerables very angry. During the 120 years of free play on the battlefield of the Ancient Elephant Clan, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu killed more than 1,000 great emperors of the Ancient Elephant Clan. They also destroyed countless Ancient Elephant Clan troops. Their results were much less than the Blood Demons' battlefield. However, the Ancient Elephant Clan was much weaker than the Blood Demons, so the pressure on the human race was reduced. Marshal Yu Qin kept his promise and really sent Yi Tianzong to the battlefield of the Purple Spirit race. After Yi Tianzong received Marshal Li Tsong's reply, he went to the battlefield of the Purple Spirit race to see Marshal Yuan Su. On the battlefield of the Blood Demons, the 3 human heavenly venerables were at a disadvantage against the 4 heavenly venerables of the Blood Demons. On the battlefield of the Ancient Elephant Clan, the 2 human heavenly venerables were also at a disadvantage against the 3 heavenly venerables of the Ancient Elephant Clan. On the battlefield of the purple spirit race, the 2 human heavenly venerables were evenly matched against the 3 heavenly venerables of the purple spirit race. However, in the battles below the heavenly venerables level, the human race was at a disadvantage. On the battlefield of the silver moon race, the 3 human heavenly venerables were fighting against the 3 heavenly venerables of the silver moon race. Not only were there no results, but the human race was also retreating step by step in the battle between the forces below the heavenly venerables level, losing large amounts of territory. Marshal Yuan Su said, "On the battlefield of the blood demons and the ancient elephant clan, the top forces of the human race are at a disadvantage. You have to worry about avoiding the pursuit of the heavenly venerables. But with me, you can just focus on killing the enemy. You don't have to worry about the pursuit of the heavenly venerables. I've already told Great Heavenly Venerate Xinyang about you. He will keep an eye on the heavenly venerables of the purple spirit race and won't let them attack you." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianzong heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure on him lessened a lot. Great Heavenly Venerables were a title for peak Heavenly Venerables. If a Great Heavenly Venerate broke through, they would become a Supreme Heavenly Venerate. Great Heavenly Venerate Xinyang was one of the only 2 Great Heavenly Venerables in the human race. Among the 3 Heavenly Venerables of the purple spirit race, there was also a Great Heavenly Venerate and 2 mid-stage Heavenly Venerables. Great Heavenly Venerate Xinyang was stronger than the Great Heavenly Venerables of the purple spirit race and could hold back the 2 Heavenly Venerables of the purple spirit race. The remaining Heavenly Venerate of the purple spirit race would be dealt with by the other Heavenly Venerate of the human race, Heavenly Venerate Star Palace. Without the interference of the Heavenly Venerables, as long as he was careful, he would be invincible on the battlefield of the purple spirit race. Although he was not afraid of being hunted down by a Heavenly Venerate, he did not want to be constantly hunted down by a Heavenly Venerate. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu entered the battlefield of the purple spirit race and began a massacre. Although Marshal Yuan Su had promised him that no Heavenly Venerables would chase after him, Yi Tianzong would still make deductions for himself every time he hunted down the great emperors of the purple spirit race to ensure that nothing went wrong. Who knew if those Heavenly Venerables had clones hiding somewhere waiting for him? There was no harm in being a little cautious. His life was more important. Chapter 385. Yi Tianzong's caution was indeed correct. In the process of hunting enemies on the purple spirit race battlefield, they had indeed encountered an ambush by a Heavenly Venerable's clone. If not for Yi Tianzong's vigilance and dodging quickly when he saw the spatial door, he would have been caught up by the Heavenly Venerable's clone. No one who could cultivate to an extremely high realm was an idiot. Yi Tianzong had repeatedly escaped pursuit and traps, so the enemy naturally knew that Yi Tianzong was very likely proficient in divination. Therefore, the great emperor and Heavenly Venerables of the purple spirit race had taken corresponding measures to deal with this situation. Yi Tianzong could indeed use his divination divine power to determine good or bad, but there was a certain limit to it. As long as an expert who also cultivated divination interfered with Yi Tianzong and a Heavenly Venerable was lying in ambush tens of billions of kilometers away, Yi Tianzong really wouldn't be able to deduce how much danger there was. The myriad race's great kiliacosm was a super peak great kiliacosm that stood at the peak of the great kiliacosm. Its origin source was incomparably vast, and the heavenly Tao was supreme. Its space was extremely stable, and its suppression of all living beings in the world was also very strong. No matter how powerful a great emperor was, it was impossible for them to open a spatial door in the myriad race's great kiliacosm to travel long distances. Only Heavenly Venerables or their clones had the ability to do so. What was a Heavenly Venerable? A supreme being of heaven and earth. The Heavenly Venerable realm was divided into 2 realms. One was Ancient Seeking and the other was Supreme. Ancient Seeking, Heavenly Venerables, transcended the long river of time and space of the great kiliacosm. They had the same lifespan as the heavens and could go against the long river of time to observe the past and present of the world. Supreme heavenly venerables had comprehended more than 99% of the laws of heaven and earth. They transcended the long river of fate of the great Kiliacosm and controlled the origin of heaven and earth and the long river of laws. They were the top existences in all the great Kiliacosms in the universe. As long as the world was not destroyed, they were almost immortal and had the potential to break through to become gods and devils. Heavenly venerables and great emperors were two completely different levels of living beings. The difference between them was unimaginable. Even though Yi Tianzong had the potential of many sky prides and his strength was incomparably powerful among the great emperors, he was still an ant in the face of a heavenly venerate. Even a heavenly venerate's clone was far from a match for him. Thus, when they saw the spatial door that only Empyrean powerhouses could open, Yi Tianzong immediately took Ling Xinhua and Xinyu and fled. Under the pursuit of the heavenly venerate's clone, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinhua, and Xinyu fought on the battlefield of the purple spirit race for 150 years. They killed more than 1,200 great emperors of the purple spirit race, causing the purple spirit race to lose countless troops. Marshal Yuan Su looked at Yi Tianzong awkwardly and guiltily and said, "I'm sorry I broke my promise. I didn't expect the purple spirit race's Grand Empyrean to send his clone to hunt you down. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to explain it to senior brother." Grand Empyrean Xingyang was also very angry because of this matter and directly fought a fierce battle with the purple spirit race's heavenly venerate. The Grand Empyrean asked me to tell you that it was his negligence this time. He owes you a favor. In the future, you can get the Grand Empyrean to help you once without violating his principles. What do you think? After Marshal Yuan Su finished speaking, he looked at Yi Tianzong enviously. This was a favor from a Grand Empyrean. There were countless experts in the entire human race, and they were second only to Supreme Empyreans. The favor of such a top existence could only be chanced upon by luck. Even Yuan Su, as the marshal of the heavenly court, was very envious of Yi Tianzong's opportunity. This time, Grand Empyrean Xingyang had been slapped in the face too directly. He had just borrowed Yi Tianzong to reduce the pressure on the purple spirit race's battlefield and ensure that no heavenly venerate experts would chase after Yi Tianzong. In the end, a purple spirit race's Grand Empyrean's clone immediately chased after Yi Tianzong. That was a clone whose strength was not inferior to an expert who had just entered the heavenly venerate realm. It was no different from a heavenly venerate chasing after Yi Tianzong. Grand Empyrean Xingyang was furious. In addition, he was indeed optimistic about Yi Tianzong's future, so he decided to owe Yi Tianzong a favor. However, this opportunity was obtained by Yi Tianzong through his own battle achievements and many life and death crises. Although Marshal Yuan Su was envious, he was not jealous. No matter what, Yi Tianzong was still a subordinate of his senior brother, Marshal Li Tsang. He was on the same side as him in the heavenly court, so there was nothing to be jealous of. Yi Tianzong was also very happy to receive a favor from a Grand Empyrean. With this favor, he would have fewer misgivings in the heavenly court in the future. Even if there were heavenly venerates who wanted to harm him, Yi Tianzong would have a trump card that could help him get out of this predicament. Also, let me tell you a piece of good news. Because the blood demon race, the ancient elephant race, and the purple spirit race's all-out attack on our human race did not meet our expectations. They have lost a lot of strength in their entanglement with us. Now, the races that border them are also restless. The current situation of these races is not easy either. I think it won't be long before the situation changes. You have to pay attention to your own safety and don't get assassinated by the enemy. As for the Silver Moon race's battlefield, let's not talk about it. That group of useless things will be settled sooner or later when the war is over. Senior brother has already mentioned it to me. The battle over there is tense again. We urgently need you to go back and kill the enemy. You should hurry back as soon as possible. Towards the end, Marshal Yuan Su was a little reluctant. Okay, I got it. I will return to the Blood Demon Race's battlefield tomorrow, Yi Tianzong replied with a serious expression after hearing this. I won't send you off. You can go back by yourself tomorrow. Be careful not to expose your whereabouts. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Marshal. The tricolored light beam once again quickly killed 3 peak great emperors of the Blood Demon race. Then it rushed into the sky and disappeared. After the 3 light beams disappeared, a supreme and terrifying aura that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths descended. Upon seeing the 3 dead peak great emperors, his divine soul instantly swept across a radius of billions of kilometers, but he didn't find any trace of the tricolored light beam. The Blood Demon race's heavenly venerate had a furious expression on his face. The powerful aura fluctuations from his body caused the space within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers to freeze. Everything fell silent, be it godly kings or great emperors. They all trembled under this powerful aura. After returning from the Purple Spirit Race's battlefield, Yi Tianzong had already continued to fight on the Blood Demon Race's battlefield for 100 years. During these 100 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had killed more than 500 great emperors of the Blood Demon race, while avoiding the pursuit of the Blood Demon race's heavenly venerates. Yi Tianzong and the other two's actions not only humiliated the Blood Demon race's heavenly venerates, but also greatly increased the morale of the human race. They gained a considerable reputation among the human race, causing the Blood Demon race's attacks to suffer again and again. At the same time, the situation that the Blood Demon race faced became more and more serious. According to Marshal Li Tsang, the Blood Demon race had lost too much strength on the battlefield because the human race had more and more war fortresses in service. In addition, the races bordering the Blood Demon race's territory were unwilling to watch the Blood Demon race occupy a large area of the human race's territory to increase their strength. Therefore, in the past few decades, the 2 powerful races around the Blood Demon race also broke out in war with the Blood Demon race. It wasn't just the Blood Demon race. Even the ancient Elephant race and the Purple Spirit race had encountered the same situation as the Blood Demon race. Under such circumstances, the Blood Demon race, the ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race's attacks on the human race's territory became weaker and weaker, giving the human race more time to catch their breath. Under the constant pursuit of the Blood Demon race's heavenly venerates, Marshal Li Tsang sent Yi Tianzong to the ancient Elephant race's battlefield and the Purple Spirit race's battlefield to save him. Therefore, like a firefighter, Yi Tianzong once again stayed on the ancient Elephant race's battlefield and the Purple Spirit race's battlefield for more than 200 years. After more than 200 years on the 2 battlefields, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were also hunted down by the ancient Elephant race's heavenly venerates and the Purple Spirit race's great heavenly venerates. However, this didn't defeat Yi Tianzong and the other 2. Instead, under their pursuit, they killed a total of about 1,000 great emperors from the ancient Elephant race and the Purple Spirit race. While ruthlessly dealing a blow to the arrogance of the 2 hostile races, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu also became famous in the human race and received more and more attention. When Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu returned to the Blood Demon race's battlefield, Yi Tianzong and the other 2's legendary deeds were also circulating in the ancient Elephant race's battlefield and the Purple Spirit race's battlefield. Just as Yi Tianzong continued to avoid the pursuit of the heavenly venerates on the Blood Demon race's battlefield, he suddenly realized that the war between the human race and the demon race seemed to have stopped. Yi Tianzong had a guess, so he, Ling Xinyue, and Shan Yu led their heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals back to the heavenly court's camp. Just as Yi Tianzong had guessed, Marshal Li Tsang told him that the Blood Demon race, the ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race wanted to stop fighting with the human race. Chapter 386. When the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race attacked the human race's territory, the other powerful races around the three races did not sit back and watch the three races swallow the vast territory of the human race. Instead, they kept provoking some conflicts to restrain the strength of the three races. Other than the Elves and the Heavenly Snow Clan, the other powerful races around the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race had nothing to do with the human race. Attacking these three races was purely because they did not want them to continue growing stronger. In particular, as the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race lost a lot of strength on the battlefield of the human race, the other powerful races that had been restraining the three races finally couldn't help but erupt. They mobilized powerful forces and launched an attack on the territories of the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race. Other than fighting with the human race, the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race were facing at least two powerful races. In just a few decades, the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race could not hold on any longer. They lost a large portion of their territory and had no choice but to request a ceasefire with the human race. The ceasefire negotiations between the human race, the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race were at a stalemate. The human race requested that the three races withdraw from the human territory they had occupied. But the three races believed that they had occupied it with their own abilities, so why should they return it to the human race? While the humans were negotiating with the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race, the Silver Moon race, and the humans were still at war. However, the intensity of the war was decreasing. Time and time again, they parted on bad terms. The human race, the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race argued for more than 10 years before they finally reached a truce agreement. A considerable portion of the human race's forces were on guard against the Devil race. At the same time, they were targeted by the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, the Purple Spirit race, and the Silver Moon race. In order to settle down as soon as possible and recover their strength in peace, the higher-ups of the human race agreed that a quarter of the vast territory occupied by the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race would belong to the three races. Yi Tianzong did not know how the upper echelons of the human race negotiated with the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race. But Yi Tianzong did not feel any resentment towards the outcome of the negotiation. He was definitely angry and dissatisfied, but it was not directed at the human race, but at the enemy. It was not easy to achieve such a result. Without sufficient strength, no matter how furious or displeased one was, it would be useless for the time being. It would only add to the chaos. This was because what the human race needed the most now was to recuperate and recover their strength. They could wait until they recovered their strength before taking back their lost territories. Although the situation of the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race was not optimistic, the human race could not afford to waste time. After the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race signed the truce oath with the human race, the Silver Moon race treacherously took advantage of the situation to request a truce with the human race. After considering the current situation, the higher-ups of the human race reluctantly agreed to sign a truce with the Silver Moon clan. From the outbreak of the war between the human race and the Devil race until the human race signed the armistice with the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, the Purple Spirit race, and the Silver Moon race, the war that had lasted for more than 1,300 years finally came to an end. After more than 1,300 years of battle, the human race could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Not only did they lose more than 70% of their overall strength and foundation, but they also lost a large area of territory. Even the dozen or so heavenly venerables were all injured in the battle that lasted more than 1,000 years. Thanks to those with ulterior motives in the human race, after the war ended, the Silver Moon race was the only one who benefited the most. Not only did they not lose too much power, but because they were backed by a dangerous place in the myriad races' great world. They were not attacked by other powerful races like the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race. Instead, they obtained a large area of the human race's territory. After the war ended, the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, the Purple Spirit race, and the Silver Moon race withdrew a large amount of their forces and returned to their respective territories. A portion of the human race's forces also returned to the hinterland to rest and reorganize. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, and the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command were among the first to return to the hinterland of the human race to rest and reorganize. After returning to the heavenly court with Marshal Li Cang, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu received rewards from the heavenly court and were promoted to moon-class marshals. They could command tens of millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command, and they also received 5 billion battle credits and 5 types of great divine abilities as rewards. In fact, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's battle credits were more than enough for them to be promoted to Sun-class marshals. However, the heavenly court had strict requirements for Sun-class marshals. They had to be at least late-stage emperors. Even though Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu were already beyond late-stage emperors, rules were rules, and they couldn't be changed easily. However, Yi Tianzong didn't care about this. Even if he became a Sun-class marshal now, he didn't have enough subordinates, and he couldn't command hundreds of millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. It was better for him to take things one step at a time. Becoming a moon-class marshal was perfect for his current situation. In the 1,300-year-long war, many human emperors died, and the number of emperors in the heavenly court decreased by more than 60%. There were more than 10 billion heavenly soldiers and more than 800 star-level, moon-class, and sun-class marshals under Marshal Li Cang's command. Now, there were less than 6 billion heavenly soldiers and 400 imperial marshals, and there were only 17 sun-class marshals left. If Yi Tianzong hadn't been killing non-human emperors on the battlefield, the losses would have been even worse. Some of the other grand marshals had lost at least 70% of their forces. Compared to them, Grand Marshal Li Cang's situation was much better. Because of this, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu became the most popular people under Marshal Li Cang's command. Many emperors and marshals tried to befriend Yi Tianzong and Xinyu. After the war ended, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had a very comfortable time during the 200 years of rest. In the Hao Ranzhen sect, all of Yi Tianzong's family members successfully broke through to the emperor realm. With 7 emperors, the Hao Ranzhen sect's development was very smooth, and its strength was increasing step by step. Unless they encountered a powerful enemy, Yi Tianzong didn't have to worry about it at all. Outside of cultivation, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 also made some pills and studied the deeper secrets of formations, alchemy, and smithing in the inheritance. According to the inheritance of formations and smithing, the 3 of them also deduced the construction method of cosmic-level battle fortresses. Apart from that, they entered the Immortal Mansion's world battlefield and excavated more resources and crystals. In this peaceful period, another 100 years passed, and it was time to change the guard. Every 300 years, the heavenly court's troops in the human territory would be changed. Yi Tianzong and the others had rested for 300 years, and it was time to go to the human territory to change the guard. 300 years had passed, and the 3 million celestial soldiers and celestial generals under Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had expanded to 30 million celestial soldiers and celestial generals. The quota of 10 million celestial soldiers and celestial generals under each of them had been filled. In fact, 30 years after Yi Tianzong and the other 2 became moon-class marshals, the number of soldiers under each of them was full. Not only had the number of people under their command skyrocketed, but the number of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals at the heavenly court had already suffered heavy losses had also increased greatly in the past 300 years. The main reason was that the war that had lasted for more than 1,300 years caused a lot of forces in the human territory to suffer heavy losses, and many of their most powerful masters died on the battlefield. Perhaps they could barely maintain stability in the war. But after the war, there would be a new round of reshuffling of power among human beings. During the reshuffling of power, many disciples of different forces who had nowhere to go or nowhere to go joined the heaven and became the heaven soldiers and generals. With the 3 million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals as the backbone, after more than 260 years of training, the 30 million soldiers under Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had a considerable combat strength. It was a good opportunity for them to go to the border to hone themselves. Chapter 387. The Blood Demon Race, the Ancient Elephant Race, and the Purple Spirit Race hated Yi Tianzong and the other 2 to death. The Devil Race also wanted to kill Yi Tianzong and the other 2. The Silver Moon Race was the territory of some rotten forces of the human race. For the safety of Yi Tianzong and the other 2, Marshal Li Tsang finally sent them to the border with the Gold Cracking Race. The human race's territory was vast. Hundreds of billions of kilometers was not even 1/10 of the territory of the human race. Around the vast territory, there were more than 10 races of various sizes that bordered the human race's territory. In addition to the powerful races such as the Devil Race, the Blood Demon Race, the Ancient Elephant Race, the Purple Spirit Race, and the Silver Moon Race, there were also the Ulua Race, the Flower Spirit Race, the Heavenly Dog Race, the Demonic Bull Race, and the Gold Cracking Race, which were all mid-tier races ranked below the top 500 in the myriad races world. According to the information that Yi Tianzong received, the Gold Cracking Race was the most powerful of these 5 mid-tier races. They had 3 ancient heavenly venerables. The other 4 races only had 2 ancient heavenly venerables each. As for the supreme heavenly venerables, they could only be born from the top 30 races in the myriad races world. In front of a colossus like the human race, the Ulua Race, the Flower Spirit Race, the Heavenly Dog Race, the Demonic Bull Race, and the Gold Cracking Race were like weak babies. As long as the human race's supreme heavenly venerables were present, these 5 races would not dare to act rashly. This was also why when the human race was at war with the Devil Race, the Blood Demon Race, the Ancient Elephant Race, the Purple Spirit Race, and the Silver Moon Race, the Ulua Race, and the other 4 races did not take the opportunity to attack the human race together, even though the situation was critical. There were definitely some tricks in the dark, but on the surface, they did not invade the human race's territory at all. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu led 30 million celestial soldiers and celestial generals to the border of the human race and the Gold Cracking clan through the teleportation platform in the Heavenly Court. Then they arrived at the only city on the border, the Golden Jade City. After reporting to the 2 Sun Lords who were guarding the border, they officially settled down. Marshal Heaven's Expanse and Marshal Twin Moons, who came here, are not simple. It's said that the 3 of them made great contributions in the war against the Blood Demon Race, the Ancient Elephant Race, and the Purple Spirit Race. They slaughtered everyone on the battlefield, and countless alien thearchs died at their hands. Even the alien heavenly venerates couldn't help but personally hunt them down, but they always escaped. Presumably, if it weren't for their safety and the fact that they didn't want to be assassinated by the foreign celestial venerables, such geniuses wouldn't have come here. We have to restrain our subordinates and not offend them. Do you have any ideas? After Yi Tianzong left, Marshal Liu spoke to another son, Lord Marshal, Marshal Han Su, in the Golden Jade City's Castellan Mansion. After hearing Marshal Liu's words, Marshal Han Su replied, "What ideas can I have? Of course, I have to restrain my subordinates from causing trouble. Just like you said, Marshal Heaven's Expanse and Marshal Twin Moons have made great contributions in the war, and they are Marshal Li Tsang's trusted subordinates in the Heavenly Court. They have the Heavenly Court's ruler as their backer. Only an idiot would offend people like them. The reason why the 2 of us stayed in Golden Jade City for tens of thousands of years is because we offended despicable people and didn't have a powerful backer. That's why we ended up like this. Even if we don't get any benefits from befriending people like them, at least there are no disadvantages. The gold-cracking clan has become more and more restless in recent years. Although they didn't take the opportunity to attack us when a human race was at war with other powerful races, their infiltration of Golden Jade City is becoming more and more intense. They are also becoming more and more arrogant at the border, and they often cross the border without permission. In my opinion, Martial Heaven's expanse will clash with the gold-cracking clan sooner or later. When that time comes, we'll have to support them. That makes sense, Marshal Liu said thoughtfully after hearing this. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had already been in Golden Jade City for a month. They had a detailed understanding of the current situation in Golden Jade City and the Gold-Cracking Clan. The Gold-Cracking Clan was born with the power of the metal laws of the 5 elements in their bloodline. They were extremely talented in comprehending the metal laws of the world. 1,000,000 years ago, they were one of the top 50 races in the myriad races world. However, due to the rise of the human race and the attacks of the demon race, their strength greatly decreased, and they continuously declined until they became a third-rate race. After hundreds of thousands of years of continuous development, they slowly returned to the ranks of the second-rate races. If a race wanted to continuously develop, it was impossible to stay in a corner of the world. Only by continuously expanding could they obtain more territory, resources, and luck. With the current territory of the Gold-Cracking Clan, their strength had almost reached its peak. If they wanted to become more powerful, they could only expand outwards. According to the information that Yi Tianzong had gathered over the past month, during the war between the human race and the blood demon race, the Gold-Cracking Clan had wanted to invade Golden Jade City many times. However, due to Marshal Liu and Marshal Han Su's determination, as well as the human race's tough attitude, they did not act rashly. Looks like Golden Jade City has been infiltrated very deeply. The Gold-Cracking Clan's attitude is also becoming more and more arrogant. The situation is not optimistic. However, I don't care. I'll make some preparations and use these arrogant Gold-Cracking Clan to establish my dominance. Yi Tianzong's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said with a faint smile, Golden Jade City was a huge city that stood on the border between the human race and the Gold-Cracking Clan. It was built with hard Golden Jade City, and the entire Golden Jade City spanned more than 500 kilometers. It could hold more than 100 million people, and it was an important link between the human race and the Gold-Cracking Clan. There were 300 million soldiers of the Heavenly Court guarding Golden Jade City, other than the 200 million soldiers led by Marshal Liu and Marshal Han Su. There were also 10 Moon-class marshals who each led 10 million soldiers. This time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu replaced 3 of the Moon-class marshals and their armies. After Yi Tianzong and the other 2 arrived at Golden Jade City, some information about Yi Tianzong was obtained by the Heavenly Court marshals who were stationed in Golden Jade City through various channels. After learning about Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu, the Heavenly Court marshals in Golden Jade City were shocked. At the same time, they secretly warned their subordinates not to provoke Yi Tianzong and the others. On this day, Yi Tianzong met Marshal Liu and Marshal Han Su in the Castellan's mansion in Golden Jade City. May I know why Marshal Tian Miao asked us to come here? Marshal Han Su looked at Yi Tianzong and asked, It's not a big deal. I've been in Golden Jade City for half a year, and I've learned a lot about the situation in Golden Jade City. To be honest, the current Golden Jade City is not the Golden Jade City that I want to see. The Golden Jade City that belongs to us humans is now under the control of the Gold-Cracking Clan. Of course, I'm not saying this to blame the 2 marshals for the problems with your governance. I know the reason why the situation is like this. The main reason is that we humans don't have enough strength at the border. That's why the Gold-Cracking Clan is so arrogant. I didn't come here before, so I didn't know about it. Since I'm here, I won't let the foreign races do whatever they want. What I want to do next is to clean up Golden Jade City step by step and return it to the control of the human race. Therefore, I'll need the two marshals' support in the future. Chapter 388. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Marshal Liu and Marshal Han Su looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Marshal Liu said hesitantly, Marshal Tian Miao, why don't you reconsider? Don't be so impatient. It's not that we don't want to wipe out the Golden Jade City, but our strength isn't comparable to the cracking gold race. After saying that, Marshal Liu sighed and continued. Originally, the strength of the human race was enough to threaten the cracking gold race. However, since the wars between the human race and the neighboring races broke out more than 1,000 years ago, a lot of our forces were mobilized. Right now, the strength of the Golden Jade City is only 30% of what it used to be. After years of infiltration, the gold-cracking race's forces in Gold Jade City are even more powerful than ours. If we don't deal with it properly, Gold Jade City will fall into chaos. That's right. After hearing that, Yi Tianzong's expression didn't change, and he said, I know what Marshal Liu is trying to say. I also know that except for the two marshals, the other 7 Moon-class marshals in the Golden Jade City are all in cahoots with the cracking gold race for their own benefits. Especially Shui, Luo, Chen Fei, and Lian Heng. These 3 people have already joined the cracking gold race. However, we can wait a little longer. But our peers in the Golden Jade City can't wait any longer. In the territory that belongs to the human race, the other races are arrogant and they are bullying our peers. We can't wait or drag this out. Since our peers in the Golden Jade City haven't given up on us, we still have a chance to salvage the situation. Plans can never keep up with changes. The cracking gold race is getting restless, and it is obvious that they want to invade the Golden Jade City. We might not have enough time to accumulate more strength. Therefore, while the cracking gold tribe hasn't made up their mind yet, we have to stop the cracking gold tribe's plan and weaken their strength step by step. I just got appointed, and I haven't done anything in the past half a year. I can use this opportunity to teach the cracking gold race a lesson and set the Golden Jade City on fire. Marshal Liu and Marshal Han Su thought about it for a while, and a decisive expression appeared on their faces. Marshal Han Su said, Whatever. I have wanted to teach those bastards a lesson for a long time. Since Marshal Tian Miao has made the decision, we won't stand by and do nothing. If you need any help, Marshal Tian Miao, please let us know. A smile appeared on Yi Tianzong's face, and he said, I don't need you two to do anything for now. If you don't mind, you can send someone to keep an eye on Shui, Luo, Chen Fei, and Lian Heng. If you find evidence of them colluding with the cracking gold race, ants. Now, let me give the cracking gold race an appetizer, and let them know that I'm not easy to deal with. After Yi Tianzong left, Liu said to Han Su, It seems like Marshal Tian Miao is very tough on the other races. It has only been half a year, and he can't wait to deal with the cracking gold race. I don't know if we made the right decision. The Golden Jade City will be in trouble from now on. Han Su said, It doesn't matter. You and I are already in this situation. How bad can it get? At most, we can just start a war with the cracking gold race. Besides, the war between the human race and the other powerful races has stopped. Without the other races restraining them, the cracking gold race won't dare to start a war with us easily. We might as well take a gamble. It will save us from continuing to be so cowardly. The cracking gold race bullied the human race every day in the Golden Jade City. In the beginning, the human race in the Golden Jade City had high hopes for the Heavenly Court's administrative officers. However, as time passed, the cracking gold race became more and more unscrupulous, and the Heavenly Court's power became more and more cowardly. This made the human race in the city gradually disappointed. Many forces in the Golden Jade City gradually left the city and returned to the human race's hinterland. Only the human race living at the border could not bear to leave their homeland, so they continued to live in the Golden Jade City. In order to teach the cracking gold race a lesson, Yi Tianzong had already made the necessary preparations. Because of this, Yi Tianzong even dismissed more than 50 of the heavenly courts officers in the Golden Jade City after consulting with Marshal Li Cong. The heavenly courts officers that were dismissed were all people that Yi Tianzong found to be in cahoots with the cracking gold race, and he had solid evidence. As one of the 18 marshals of the heavenly court, Marshal Li Cong had the authority to dismiss any heavenly courts officers below the rank of righteous God with solid evidence. After dismissing more than 50 heavenly courts officers that were in cahoots with the cracking gold race and replacing them with people sent by Marshal Li Cong, Yi Tianzong no longer had to worry about the heavenly court's administrative officers. Next, everything was ready. The late-stage God King Jin Guang came from an emperor-level force of the cracking gold race. He had been in the Golden Jade City for more than 50 years. During the past 50-odd years, other than seeking out some secrets of the humankind in Gold Jade City, Golden Light had also been bullying the humankind. Watching those human beings being bullied by him, who didn't dare to say anything, Golden Light was very excited and never got tired of it. However, Jin Guang did not feel well in the past few days. The reason was that the heavenly courts officers that he bribed in the Golden Jade City had been dismissed without any warning. Not only the heavenly courts officers that were in cahoots with him, but more than 50 heavenly court officers that were in cahoots with the cracking gold race were also dismissed. Among them, there were 4 ancient god-level heavenly court marshals who were on par with the heavenly court's moon marshals. The dismissal of so many heavenly court officers in a row caused the cracking gold race's years of infiltration to suffer a significant loss. This caused the cracking gold race's related forces to become flustered and exasperated. After some investigation, they found out that it was the Heaven's Expanse Marshal who had just arrived half a year ago who did this. The cracking gold race's related forces had also obtained some information about the Heaven's Expanse Marshal and the Twin Moons Marshal who had arrived in the Golden Jade City half a year ago. When they found out that the Heaven's Expanse Marshal and the Twin Moons Marshal had made great contributions in the war between the human race and the Blood Demon tribe, the Ancient Elephant tribe, the Purple Spirit tribe, and the Devil race, and that they had killed many foreign race great emperors and even attracted the pursuit of heavenly venerate experts, the cracking gold race became somewhat cautious. At that time, the cracking gold race's higher-ups in the Golden Jade City had even ordered their subordinates to keep a low profile for a period of time and not get into conflict with the Heaven's Expanse Marshal and the others. However, who knew that after Yi Tianzong arrived in the Golden Jade City, he kept a very low profile and did not reveal himself easily. This also caused the cracking gold race in the Golden Jade City to gradually let down their guard and even forget about Yi Tianzong's existence. In the end, it seemed that the Heaven's Expanse Marshal who had always kept a low profile was the ruthless one. He had silently destroyed a portion of the cracking gold race's years of hard work in one go. In order to rope in those dismissed heavenly court officers, the cracking gold race had paid a heavy price over the years. Now that they were all gone, how could the cracking gold race be willing to accept this, no matter what other people thought? Jin Guang was very unwilling to accept this. With his talent, cultivating to the peak of the God King stage was already the limit. However, if he had enough contributions, he could exchange for a chance to undergo a bloodline baptism from the ancestral court. At that time, his bloodline and talent would increase, and he would have the possibility of becoming a great emperor. The heavenly court officers that he had roped in were an important part of his plan. He had put in a lot of effort for this. Now that the fruits of his hard work were suddenly destroyed, Jin Guang really wanted to take revenge. Chapter 389. The furious Jin Guang walked on the streets of Gold Jade City, exuding an aura that kept people away. He looked at the human stalls on both sides of the street with a gloomy expression, wanting nothing more than to kill all of them. All of a sudden, Jin Guang's eyes lit up. He had discovered 2 extremely beautiful women from the human tribe. The moment he saw the 2 women from the human tribe, Jin Guang's eyes flashed with intoxication. They were too stunning, too beautiful, and too otherworldly. Jin Guang dared to swear that these two women from the human tribe were definitely the most beautiful and otherworldly people he had ever seen in his life. Even the peerless goddesses of the Gold Cracking clan couldn't compare to them. I must obtain these two women. Jin Guang swore in his heart, wanting nothing more than to immediately embrace the two women he saw. Under this uncontrollable infatuation, Jin Guang ignored the surrounding humans that he wanted to destroy and walked directly towards the two beautiful women. Ever since they had arrived at Gold Jade City, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had not had the chance to properly walk around Gold Jade City. Now that all the preparations had been made, all they had to do was wait for the Gold Cracking clan to oppress the human race. Then they could directly carry out their plan. Yi Tianzong and the other two were also interested in walking around Gold Jade City, and at the same time experiencing the living conditions of the human race in Gold Jade City. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu all changed their appearances after coming out for a stroll. After changing their appearances, the three of them looked quite different from before. In order not to attract too much attention, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu had changed their appearances. Although they were still very beautiful, their appearances were much worse than before. Yi Tianzong had also changed into a handsome face. However, what Yi Tianzong and the other two did not expect was that they would run into the Gold Cracking clan while they were out for a stroll. Yi Tianzong naturally had some impression of Jin Guang after he had dismissed more than 50 Heavenly Court divine officials that had colluded with the Gold Cracking clan. When Jin Guang strode towards the three of them, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu also noticed Jin Guang's existence. That's right, the two peerlessly beautiful women that Jin Guang had seen before were Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu, who had changed their appearances. As for Yi Tianzong, who was beside them, Jin Guang had completely ignored him. Yi Tianzong looked at Jin Guang, who was walking towards him with an intoxicated and passionate look in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Ha! I didn't expect that my two babies would still be so beautiful even after changing their appearances. They actually attracted the attention of the other races. Haha." Hearing Yi Tianzong's teasing words, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu rolled their eyes and directly reached out to pinch Yi Tianzong's waist. However, when they looked at Jin Guang, their eyes were filled with hidden killing intent. Jin Guang quickly walked forward and blocked Yi Tianzong and the other two's path. Only then did he realize that there was actually a man hugging the two peerless beauties that he had seen before. Instantly, the smile on Jin Guang's face disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy and murderous look. Looking coldly at Yi Tianzong, Jin Guang then said to Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu in an arrogant tone, "I am Jin Guang from the Cracking Gold clan, and I come from the Emperor's sect. Today, I have seen the peerless beauties of the two goddesses, and I admire them greatly. I wonder if the two goddesses would like to go to a restaurant with me and get to know each other?" After speaking, Jin Guang said to Yi Tianzong in a deep voice, "You human ant, you'd best move your dirty hands away from the two goddesses. Otherwise, this king doesn't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of the two goddesses. You should know that our Cracking Gold clan is the ruler of Gold Jade City. If you don't know what's good for you, this king doesn't mind letting Gold Jade City have another missing person." Hearing Jin Guang's threatening words, Yi Tianzong looked at Jin Guang in surprise, as if he had discovered something inconceivable. He then said to Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu, "Listen, this scene is so familiar. In the past, I always wondered if there really was a protagonist's halo and a retarded halo. Now, I've finally confirmed that some low-level villains are really retarded in front of protagonists, just like this idiot. It seems that this kind of retarded halo involves a very deep mystery. It's worth our effort to explore it. When we figure out the mystery of the protagonist halo and retarded halo, perhaps all the villains will be destroyed with a wave of our hand. Ha!" At the end, Yi Tianzong couldn't help but laugh. Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu's peerless beauties were undeniable, Ever since Yi Tianzong and the others had ascended to the myriad races' great thousand worlds, many people had coveted the two of them, including foreign races and humans. However, those who had coveted the two of them had all been secretly eliminated by Yi Tianzong and the others through various methods. Even the humans were no exception. They were either assassinated or killed on the battlefield. Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu were Yi Tianzong's reverse scales. How could he allow others to covet and plot against them? After Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu heard Yi Tianzong's words, even with their cold personalities, they couldn't help but feel a little amused. They stretched out their hands and hit Yi Tianzong's chest, but it looked more like an intimate caress. Yi Tianzong's words weren't wrong. The three of them hadn't deliberately hidden their cultivation realms, and an emperor had a natural life, form suppression over a god king. However, Jin Guang, who was infatuated with Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu, had naturally ignored the discomfort of facing Yi Tianzong and the others. Although Jin Guang didn't know what a protagonist halo, retarded halo, or villain's halo meant, he knew that it definitely wasn't something good. Furthermore, Yi Tianzong had called him an idiot. After seeing Ling Xinyue and Shan Yu affectionately pat Yi Tianzong's chest, Jin Guang's heart immediately surged with an uncontrollable killing intent towards Yi Tianzong. Looks like you're courting death. A mere human actually dares to ignore the dignity of my gold-cracking clan. Today, this king will teach you a lesson and let you know that the dignity of my gold-cracking clan cannot be violated. After saying that, Jin Guang brazenly attacked Yi Tianzong in front of everyone. He used a powerful sacred art attack as soon as he attacked, and it looked like he wanted to kill Yi Tianzong directly. After Jin Guang brazenly attacked, the surrounding humans all retreated far away. They looked at Yi Tianzong and the others with pitiful gazes, as if they felt pity for the fate that Yi Tianzong and the others were about to face. You dare to offend this emperor? You're courting death. After Jin Guang attacked, Yi Tianzong's body instantly erupted with a boundless emperor's might. An invincible aura swept through the entire gold jade city. At the same time, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu also erupted with an invincible emperor's might. Under the boundless emperor's might of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu, the heavens and earth lost their color, and the earth shook. The entire gold jade city trembled. Everyone in gold jade city deeply felt Yi Tianzong and the others' might. It was an irreversible emperor's might. All the god kings and emperors of the human race and gold-cracking clan were alarmed by the sudden appearance of the emperor's might. What's going on? Which emperor's aura is erupting? Who's angry? Why is this aura so unfamiliar? The god kings and emperors of the human race and gold-cracking clan in Gold Jade City flew into the air and looked in the direction of the three emperors' auras. They saw Yi Tianzong and the others, as well as Jin Guang, who was frightened by the emperor's might of Yi Tianzong and the others. Those three, they're the Heavenly Expanse Marshal and Double Moon Marshal who came to Gold Jade City earlier. The one in front of them is Jin Guang. How did Jin Guang offend them? What a piece of trash. Jin Guang deserves to die for offending the three emperors. However, only we can judge the people of the gold-cracking clan. The human race has no right to do anything. No matter what, we must stop the three emperors of the human race. That's right. The human race has no right to teach the people of the gold-cracking clan a lesson. Those three Heavenly Expanse marshals better know their place. Otherwise, I don't mind exercising my muscles. The Heavenly Expanse Marshal dismissed some of the human race's Heavenly Expanse marshals after years of trying to recruit them. I was just about to settle the score. The emperors of the gold-cracking clan in Gold Jade City discussed with each other through telepathy. They came to a consensus and decided to stop Yi Tianzong and the others from dealing with Jin Guang. They wanted to give Yi Tianzong and the others a warning. Therefore, they all released their emperor's aura. A total of 58 emperors of the Gold Cracking clan appeared in the sky above Gold Jade City. With the 4 peak emperors as the leaders, they flew towards Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. Their auras merged together and flew towards Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. Chapter 390. Damn it! These damn alien races. Marshal Tian Miao is in danger. Marshal Liu and Marshal Han Su, who were both peak late-stage emperors, stood up with ugly expressions on their faces. They flew out of their mansions and came to Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's side. They unleashed their auras to fight against the Cracking Gold clan. At the same time, 7 moon marshals from the heavenly court appeared in the sky above Golden Jade City. However, these 7 people didn't stand with Yi Tianzong's group, Marshal Liu and Marshal Han Su. Instead, they hesitated for a while. In the end, only Marshal Zhao Lin and Marshal Yu Xian came to Yi Tianzong's side to fight against the Cracking Gold clan's pressure. The remaining 5 people stood in the sky with a hint of mockery in their eyes. They didn't seem like they were going to take sides at all. Yu. Seeing this scene, Marshal Liu and Marshal Han Su were so mad that they didn't know what to say. All the humans in the Golden Jade City were disappointed and desperate, while the members of the Gold Cracking clan were cheering for them. Even Jin Guang, who was in despair, regained his arrogance. He believed that he was safe from the bottom of his heart. One of the peak emperors from the Cracking Gold clan said to Yi Tianzong's group in an overbearing manner, "You must be Marshal Tian Miao and Marshal Xuanyue. It's Jin Guang's fault for offending you. However, the people of the Cracking Gold clan can only be dealt with by us. I hope Marshal Tian Miao won't make a mistake and hand Jin Guang over to us." When Yi Tianzong saw the 58 emperors from the Cracking Gold clan, he thought to himself that it was no wonder that the Cracking Gold clan could be so powerful in Golden Jade City. The difference in strength was too obvious. However, he had to change his plan. He originally wanted to take it slow, but now it seemed like he should wipe out all the emperors from the Cracking Gold clan in one go and clean up Golden Jade City. Only 4 of the 58 emperors from the Cracking Gold clan were peak emperors. It wasn't a big problem for him, Xinyu and Xinyu. After making up his mind, Yi Tianzong transmitted his decision to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu through telepathy. Then he looked at the 5 marshals from the heavenly court with murderous intent in his eyes. He was going to kill all 5 of them together. Yi Tianzong didn't wait for Marshal Liu and Marshal Han Su to speak. Instead, he asked him politely, the prestige of an emperor cannot be violated. According to what you said, this Jin Guang coveted my wives in the human race's Golden Jade City. I can't punish him, so I have to hand him over to you. It depends on your mood if you want to punish him." Hearing Yi Tianzong's impolite question, the peak emperors from the Cracking Gold clan became gloomy. They were very unhappy with Yi Tianzong's lack of tact, so they sneered and threatened. "You're right to interpret it that way. You have to understand the current situation. It's best if you hand Jin Guang over to us. Also, since your 2 wives are so beautiful, in order to avoid conflict between the 2 races, why don't you let your 2 wives come with us personally and get to know us better?" Seeing that Ling Xinyue and Xinyu had returned to their original appearances, all the great emperors from the Cracking Gold clan were stunned. They were deeply attracted to them. Since they already saw the Golden Jade City as theirs, they naturally wanted to snatch Ling Xinyue and Xinyu away. That's right. The heavenly court's heavenly officials who are on good terms with us suffered great losses because of your slander. I think that in order to make up for your previous mistakes, you should let your 2 wives apologize to us. Also, you should take out a large amount of natural treasures to make up for our losses. Another peak great emperor from the Cracking Gold clan stood out and said, you guys are really good." Yi Tianzong's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Ling Xinyue and Shenyu's cold and beautiful faces were covered with frost. Their killing intent was biting cold. "Then, what about you guys? As the marshals of the heavenly court, what do you guys want? It seems like you don't want to fight against the cracking gold clan with us? Yi Tianzong turned around and looked at the 5 marshals of the heavenly court who were watching the show. Hee, you guys overestimate yourselves. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? You guys tried to provoke the conflict between the human race and the cracking gold clan, and I will report it to the heavenly court and punish you. One of the marshals, who was wearing dark green armor, said in disdain to Yi Tianzong. The other 4 marshals didn't even respond to Yi Tianzong. Okay, since this is the case, I know what to do. Yi Tianzong turned around and said to Liu Hansu and the other 2 marshals, Marshals, it is impossible for us to reconcile now. I hope that when the battle starts, you guys can lock down the area and not let anyone escape, especially those 5 traitors of the human race. After he said that, he ignored Liu and the others who were confused and anxious. Instead, he looked at the emperors of the cracking gold clan and said with a smile, Do you know why I am here? Do you know why the celestial masters of other races are hunting me down? I am only a mid-stage emperor. Then I will let you guys see. Yi Tianzong didn't continue to argue with his enemies. He didn't want to waste time arguing with them, so he directly started the battle. First, he killed Golden Light, who thought he was safe. Then Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu used their most powerful attack, Vast Expanse Infinity, Yin-Yang Fusion. In order to kill as many enemies as possible, the 3 of them each had 20 Emperor Essence pills in their mouths. Then they formed a 3-colored beam of light and dashed toward the emperors of the cracking gold clan. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu used this forbidden divine ability to sweep across the battlefield and strike fear into the hearts of countless emperors. Finally, the power of this forbidden divine ability was displayed again. However, this time the target was the cracking gold clan. The cracking gold clan had 58 emperors. 4 of them were peak stage emperors, 15 were late stage emperors, 20 were mid-stage emperors, and the rest were early stage emperors. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu used Vast Expanse Infinity a few hundred years ago. The Yin-Yang Harmony divine ability could kill 50 late-stage great emperors in one go. Now that a few hundred years had passed, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's strength had been increasing. Now that they were using this forbidden divine ability, it was naturally even more powerful. All the human and cracking gold clan emperors in the sky above Golden Jade City could only see a 3-colored beam of light piercing through the bodies of the emperors of the cracking gold clan at a speed faster than their vision could see. The first to be attacked by the 3-colored beam of light were the 4 peak stage emperors of the cracking gold clan. The 4 peak stage emperors of the cracking gold clan were unable to move. Their faces were filled with fear as the 3-colored beam of light pierced through their bodies. What followed was their consciousness being erased and boundless darkness. After the 4 peak stage emperors, there were 15 late-stage emperors of the cracking gold clan. Then there were 20 mid-stage emperors, and finally, there were early-stage emperors. Under Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's forbidden divine ability, more than 20 of the cracking gold clan's great emperors were killed before they could even react. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. With the support of 20 emperor origin pills, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's forbidden divine ability continuously killed 54 cracking gold clan's great emperors before they stopped due to exhaustion. When the 3-colored beam of light disappeared, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu appeared in the sky with pale faces. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were quite satisfied with their results. In the past, their forbidden divine ability could only kill 7 peak stage emperors in a row. This time, they killed 4 peak stage emperors in a row, as well as 50 late stage, mid stage, and early stage emperors in a row. It was indeed a good result. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu took out another emperor origin pill and consumed it. Their exhausted energy quickly recovered. What was that just now? What happened? What happened to our race's great emperors? Are they all dead? What did I see? Why didn't our great emperors fight back? From the beginning of Yi Tianzong and the other two's attack to the end, the entire process took less than 30 seconds. 54 great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan were killed without any resistance. Whether it was the 4 surviving great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan, the great emperors of the human race, or the people in Golden Jade City, they couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't believe that 54 great emperors died so easily. That was a great emperor who had dominated the heavens and the earth. How could he fall without even putting up a fight? Even if he were to face a celestial lord, he would still have the chance to attack. Everyone who saw this felt like their worldview had been flipped upside down. At this moment, everyone thought back to what Yi Tianzong said before. Do you know why I'm here? Do you know why the celestial masters of other races are hunting me down? I'm only a mid-stage great emperor. Yes, at this moment, everyone knew the reason. The 4 surviving early-stage great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan and the 5 moon generals of the heavenly court who were watching the battle were filled with fear. They turned around and ran without thinking. In order to save their lives, they all used their fastest speed to escape. It is too late to run now. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, who were recovering their strength, quickly blocked the 4 great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan who were trying to escape. After hearing Yi Tianzong's reminder, Liu and the other marshals who recovered from the shock also blocked the 5 great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan who were trying to escape. The early-stage great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan were too weak for Yi Tianzong and the other 2. Even though they only recovered 30% of their strength, they were able to severely injure the 4 great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan with 1 palm strike each. After knocking the 4 great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan unconscious and sealing their bodies, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 instantly arrived at another battlefield. The 5 moon generals who were looking down on Yi Tianzong and the others and wanted to claim credit from the heavenly court after Yi Tianzong and the others died were now attacking Liu, Han Su, Zhao Lin, and Yuxian crazily. They wanted to get away from these 4 great emperors. However, they couldn't get away from the late-stage great emperors Liu and Han Su, as well as the mid-stage great emperors Zhao Lin and Yuxian. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu took care of the 4 great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan, the result was already decided. With murderous spirit in their eyes, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 didn't hold back at all. They showed everyone their invincible strength again. Even though they were all mid-stage great emperors, the 5 moon generals of the heavenly court who were surrounded by Yi Tianzong and the other 2 couldn't fight back at all. As soon as the battle started, they were severely injured by Yi Tianzong and the other 2. Even their indestructible heavenly emperor physique was destroyed. No, you can't kill me. I'm a marshal of the heavenly court. You don't have the right to kill me. The heavenly court marshal who was wearing green armor saw that Yi Tianzong was going to kill him and shouted out his identity. He wanted to stop Yi Tianzong from attacking. Humph, you are too naive. Of course, I won't kill you now, but you will die for sure. Yi Tianzong knocked him out with a punch and then sealed him up. Then he did the same to the other 4 people and knocked them out. Then he sealed them up, not giving them a chance to wake up and heal their wounds. Everyone, listen up. Lock down the entire Golden Jade City. Only people can enter, but no one can leave. I'm going to punish those who are doing evil. After taking care of all the great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan, Yi Tianzong ordered the 30 million soldiers under his command. Yes. Then the 30 million soldiers under Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were divided into 4 groups. Then they controlled 4 huge battle fortresses that were 300 miles wide and locked down the 4 directions of the Golden Jade City. Yi Tianzong looked at Liu, Han Su, Zhao Lin, and Yuxian and said, "Now that the battle is over, and the great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan have been killed, I need the few marshals to clean up the Golden Jade City and return it to the control of the human race." "That's only right," Marshal Zhao Lin replied. Chapter 391. Marshal Tian Miao is right. We will do our best to capture and punish those who have committed crimes in Gold Jade City. Marshal Yu, Xian, quickly said. Li Yu and Han Su looked at each other. Naturally, they knew why Zhao Lin and Yu Xian were so proactive. Before this, the two of them had dealings with the Gold Cracking clan like everyone else. Now that they saw how Yi Tianzong and the other two dealt with all the Gold Cracking clan emperors, they were afraid that Yi Tianzong would punish them. Naturally, they quickly expressed their stance. We will send people to take care of the subordinates of Xue Luo and Qin Fei. Marshal Tian Miao, you don't have to worry about them betraying you. Han Su said to Yi Tianzong, if that's the case, let's leave these matters to our subordinates. Let's go to the mansion and discuss what to do next. Yi Tianzong said to Li Yu, Han Su, Zhao Lin, and Yu Xian. When they arrived at the mansion of the Castellan of Gold Jade City, everyone sat down. Yi Tianzong first said to Zhao Lin and Yu Xian, the two marshals were able to distinguish right from wrong and fight against the foreign invaders with us. This is enough to show your loyalty to the heavenly court and the human race. I don't want to look into what happened in the past. I hope the two of you can deal with it properly. Those who are not of our race will have different intentions. I don't want to fight with my own people. When Zhao Lin and Yu Xian heard Yi Tianzong's words, they instantly felt relieved. They immediately said to Yi Tianzong, happily, thank you, Marshal Tian Miao. Don't worry. From today onwards, we will do our best and serve the heavenly court with our lives. Even though they were all Munci S marshals, and it was inappropriate for them to be so respectful to Yi Tianzong, no one in the palace felt like it was inappropriate after Yi Tianzong and the other two Munci S marshals showed their invincible strength, so no one in the palace felt like it was inappropriate. Moreover, Yi Tianzong had Marshal Li Tsong behind him, and he belonged to the heavenly court supremes. It was not inappropriate for them to show their loyalty to Yi Tianzong. Li Yu, Han Su, and Yi Tianzong all nodded after seeing Zhao Lin and Yu Xian's attitude. Today's battle has wiped out all the great emperors of the Cracking Gold race in Jade Gold City. The Cracking Gold race will definitely not let this matter rest. At this moment, I will personally report this to Marshal Li Tsong. If the Cracking Gold race dares to be impudent, I will ask Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang to teach them a lesson. I don't believe that the Gold Cracking tribe would dare start a war with the human tribe, Yi Tianzong said icily. Great Emperor in Shenyang, Li Yu, Han Su, Zhao Lin, and Yu Xian were shocked when they heard Yi Tianzong mention the person. Everyone in the heavenly court knew who Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang was. He was the most promising person in the human tribe to become the second supreme Heavenly Venerate. He was an absolute powerhouse in the heavenly court and the human tribe. Yi Tianzong ignored the shock of Li Yu and the others and continued, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, I will personally interrogate the foreign races and the traitors of the human tribe. After that, I will immediately return to Marshal Li Tsong and ask for his permission. I hope that everyone can send their forces to protect Jade Gold City. Marshal Tian Miao, please go ahead. As long as we are still alive, we will not let the Cracking Gold race do whatever they want. Li Yu promised Yi Tianzong. All right, I will go interrogate the prisoners now. I will take my leave first. Yi Tianzong left the mansion after he finished speaking and went straight to the place where the prisoners were kept. At the same time, under the orders of Li Yu, Han Su, Zhao Lin, and Yu Xian, a total of 250 million heavenly court soldiers were mobilized to guard Jade Gold City. A tense atmosphere filled the entire Jade Gold City. On the other side, after Yi Tianzong used some cruel methods, the 4 great emperors of the Cracking Gold race and the 5 heavenly court-marshals who were heavily injured and imprisoned spat out everything they knew. Yi Tianzong used the dark light mirror to record everything. After obtaining conclusive evidence, Yi Tianzong did not return to the heavenly court personally. Instead, he sent a doppelganger with 30% of his strength to bring the 9 prisoners and all the evidence back to the heavenly court through the teleportation platform. Then he went straight to Marshal Litsong. Yi Tianzong told Marshal Litsong everything he learned after arriving at Golden Jade City, including the situation in Golden Jade City and the conclusive evidence obtained from interrogating the 9 prisoners. He also showed Marshal Litsong the whole story of the battle with the Gold Cracking Clan that he recorded using the dark light mirror, as well as the scene of the interrogation of the prisoners. Bastards, they deserve to die. Men, take these traitors and foreign races away and lock them in the 9 heavenly prison. Marshal Litsong looked at the unconscious traitors and foreign great emperors with a livid face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. 9-fold heavenly prison was a prison used by the heaven to imprison those who had committed the most heinous crimes. Once a person entered the prison, he or she would never be able to get out unless he or she had the permission of 3 heaven marshals or heaven monarch. It was no different from death. They would even be subjected to all sorts of punishments from time to time. It was worse than death. Moreover, Yi Tianzong had done something to the 5 traitors of the human clan. Even if they were not punished in the prison, they would die within 10 years. You've done well in this matter. This marshal really didn't misjudge you. As for the revenge of the Cracking Gold race, don't worry. There's no big war going on right now. The Cracking Gold race won't dare to start a war with us. You can go back first. I will report this to the Heavenly Lord. You don't have to worry about the rest. Marshal Litsong said to Yi Tianzong. Yes, Marshal. Time flew by. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jade Gold City was now prosperous. Ever since the human tribe's heavenly venerate had threatened the Cracking Gold tribe 100 years ago, the Cracking Gold tribe had become much more well-behaved. At the border between the human tribe and the Cracking Gold tribe was no longer as arrogant and despotic as before. Without the threat of the Cracking Gold race's invasion, the entire Jade Gold City developed rapidly under Yi Tianzong's strong control. 100 years ago, Marshal Litsong proposed that the heavenly court appoint Yi Tianzong to be in charge of everything in Jade Gold City. In order to support Yi Tianzong, Marshal Litsong even sent Song Xian and Mo Qin, 2 moon-level marshals who had a good relationship with Yi Tianzong, over. After Liu, Han Su, Zhao Lin, and Yu Xian saw Yi Tianzong's background and strength, they did not object to Yi Tianzong being in charge of Jade Gold City. Hence, under Yi Tianzong's strong rule, various reforms were carried out in various aspects of Jade Gold City. He encouraged non-official business exchanges between the human race and the Cracking Gold race, as well as other races. In order to set an example, Yi Tianzong first established the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion in Jade Gold City. The 1,000 Treasures Pavilion was all-encompassing. Whether it was finished pills, weapons, arrayed discs, cultivation techniques, abhijna, various spiritual herbs, refining materials, or rare treasures, it had everything. Yi Tianzong took out 80% of the vast 1,000 worlds of the human race in the profound spirit world, the immortal mansion, the world battlefield, and the vast 1,000 worlds of the myriad races, and placed them all in the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion. In addition to establishing the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion, Yi Tianzong also used the city planning and management methods of his first life on Earth as a reference. He reorganized the layout and functions of the entire Jade Gold City, encouraging human cultivators and forces to buy and rent houses and shops and conduct business transactions. After 100 years of governance, the current Jade Gold City had changed greatly. It was far from the desolate and oppressive state it was in the past. Not to mention other things, just the area of Jade Gold City alone had reached 30,000 miles in length and breadth after the reconstruction. The 50-mile tall Jade Gold City walls made the entire Jade Gold City look like an ancient golden beast crawling on the ground from afar. Furthermore, Yi Tianzong had used a huge amount of wealth and resources to set up a powerful defensive formation, the Heavenfold Illusion Formation. As long as there was enough energy, it could withstand the attacks of hundreds of late-stage great emperors. Yi Tianzong's subordinates had even carved 3 layers of reinforcing and defensive formation patterns on the Jade Gold City's Jade Gold City. The impregnable Jade Gold City brought security and order that far surpassed the past. It was very attractive for businesses to prosper and increase in population. Currently, there were thousands of forces from the human race, the Gold Cracking Clan, the Rain Luo Clan, the Flower Spirits Clan, the Tingo Clan, and the Demonic Bull Clan gathered in Jade Gold City. These forces of various races had all but a piece of land in each of the commercial streets in Jade Gold City, and then built their own trading halls. The flourishing of businesses also led to an increase in population. The 30,000-mile-long Jade Gold City now had a permanent population of 20 billion people. With such a huge population and flourishing businesses, Jade Gold City brought in a huge amount of tax revenue every year. Compared to Jade Gold City 100 years ago, the current Jade Gold City had become a trading center for many races. The tax revenue every year was more than 100,000 times that of 100 years ago, and it was still increasing. With the enormous tax revenue, apart from the portion that Yi Tianzong handed over to the Heavenly Court, Yi Tianzong used the rest of the wealth and resources to build 6 heavenly soldier cities around Jade Gold City. With Jade Gold City as the center, he built 6 heavenly soldier cities according to the 6 directions infinite formation. Each heavenly soldier city was 1,000 miles in diameter, and a powerful defensive formation had been set up. They could hold 1 billion heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. The tallest building in Jade Gold City was the City Lord's Mansion. Sitting in the hall on the highest floor of the City Lord's Mansion, there were only a few days left until the end of the year. Apart from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, there were also Mo Qin, Song Xian, Liu, Hansu, Zhaolin, and Yuxian. After hearing his subordinates report on today's tax revenue, Yi Tianzong waved his hand and dismissed them. With a smile on his face, Mo Qin said, "This year's tax revenue has increased by 10% compared to last year. Looks like we can do a lot of things again." After Mo Qin said this, Liu and the others all smiled happily. In truth, if they hadn't experienced it themselves, none of them would have thought that Jade Gold City would develop to its current state. Furthermore, not only had the tax revenue of Golden Jade City increased greatly, but their personal net worth had also increased over the years. As the managers of Golden Jade City, each of them had quite a number of properties that brought them a great deal of wealth every day. With a huge amount of wealth, these people's cultivation speed was also much faster than before. All of this was mainly due to Yi Tianzong's management and planning. With a large amount of tax revenue, apart from the 30% that was handed over to the Heavenly Court, the remaining 70% was used to support the Heavenly Court Army in Jade Gold City. A portion was used to manage and maintain Jade Gold City, and a small portion was exchanged for various resources that were sealed in the treasury of Jade Gold City to prepare for war. With more and more tax revenue, the cultivation speed of the Heavenly Court Army under Yi Tianzong, Mo Qin, Liu, and the others doubled, and their strength steadily increased. Compared to 100 years ago, their overall strength had increased by at least 5 times. Seeing the happy expressions of Mo Qin and the others, Yi Tianzong was very calm. Compared to the tax revenue that constantly increased every year, he cared more about the improvement of his strength. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Only by becoming stronger would one be able to guard more wealth and resources. Chapter 392. Although it's worth being happy that Gold Jade City's taxes are increasing, we shouldn't celebrate too early. The more prosperous Gold Jade City is, the more wealth and value there will be, and the more coveted it will be. Gold Jade City is located at the border between the human race and the gold cracking race. 100 years ago, The human race's heavenly venerate warned the gold cracking race. But the gold cracking race won't just sit back and watch Gold Jade City prosper. We're still not strong enough, and we don't have enough guards. At most, we only have 300 million soldiers. If the gold cracking race really can't help but start a war, we won't be able to stop them. Therefore, for the sake of Gold Jade City's stability, we need to ask the Heavenly Court for more troops to guard Gold Jade City and deter the gold cracking race. Yi Tianzong looked at Mo Chen and the other's solemn expressions and continued. Furthermore, Gold Jade City is no longer the same as before. As long as there's no war, this place is a treasure trove. People have been eyeing this place for a long time. If it weren't for Marshal Litsong, do you think you could still sit here peacefully? In order to protect your wealth, you need to pull others in to share the pressure. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, Mo Chen, Liu, and the others' expressions changed. Indeed, Gold Jade City was no longer the same as before. Although the Great Thousand Worlds was vast and there were countless experts, there weren't many cities that were more than 10,000 miles in size. It wasn't that they couldn't be built. If they wanted to, they could easily build a city that was 1,000,000 miles, 10 million miles, or even 1,000,000,000 miles in size. It was just that there was no need. This was especially true for cities like Golden Jade City, which was located at the border between the two races. They were usually hundreds of miles in size or even thousands of miles in size and were used to station guards. Very few cities were like Golden Jade City, which was run by Yi Tianzong into a multi-race business center. Every year, it contributed a lot of wealth to the Heavenly Court. It was impossible to say that the human race and the Heavenly Court didn't covet such a place. Right now, Gold Jade City's guards were indeed insufficient. This was because Gold Jade City had built teleportation arrays with the gold cracking race, the Rain Luo race, and many other races. Without enough power, it was easy for problems to arise. On this day, Yi Tianzong's clone returned to the Heavenly Court and met Marshal Litsong. Oh, you're saying that Gold Jade City's guards are insufficient and you want the Heavenly Court to send more troops? Are you sure you're willing to share the benefits? Marshal Litsong asked. Gold Jade City, Heavenly Court's clone, Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Court, Heavenly Court, Heavenly Court, Heavenly Court is Heavenly Court, Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court, 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 South, Heavenly Court, Heavenly Jade, Heavenly South, each Heavenly Court, T Heavenly Court, Heavenly Court, Heavenly Court, Heavenly Court, South Heavenly Court, Heavenly Court. This time, he had come to request the Marshal to dispatch 2 billion soldiers to Gold Jade City. 800 million of them would be stationed in Gold Jade City, and the remaining 2 billion would be stationed in the 6 Heaven Soldier cities. As for the distribution of profits, I already made preparations when I was expanding Golden Jade City. There are still many areas in Golden Jade City that have been built but have yet to be opened. A large number of shops are still in Golden Jade City. When the people sent by the Marshal arrive, as long as they don't want to monopolize everything, they will be able to get a certain number of shops. Yi Tianzong's clone replied calmly. I have to say that you are a smart person. You know when to advance and when to retreat. Don't worry, this Marshal knows what to do. It just so happens that Yu Chun and Yuan Su also have some idle people. This Marshal will talk to them. After the people they send to Yujin City, they won't go against you. You will still have full authority to manage Yujin City. I can only buy you 900 years of time, which means you can only stay in Gold Jade City for another 900 years. It's also your fault for running Gold Jade City too well. It's too outstanding. Too many people are jealous of you. In the remaining 900 years, it's best for you to cultivate a group of powerful subordinates. Otherwise, your businesses will be suppressed and plotted against after you leave. Marshal Litsong's voice became a bit lower. He continued, Right now, the only thing restricting your advancement is your cultivation. There is no restriction on the number of troops under your command. You can cultivate them in advance. As long as it doesn't exceed 100 million, the heavenly court won't go out of their way to check. After Yi Tianzong's avatar heard Marshal Li Cong's words, he naturally understood what he meant. So he replied, "Yes, thank you for your reminder. This subordinate understands." On the 7th day after Yi Tianzong's clone returned to Gold Jade City, the army sent by the heavenly court arrived one after another. There were 2 billion soldiers in total. Marshal Li Cong had 1 billion soldiers, and Marshal Yu Chen and Marshal Yuan Su each had 500 million soldiers. In total, there were more than 300 Sun Realm, Moon Realm, and Star Realm Great Emperors. Many of them were familiar with Yi Tianzong on the battlefields of the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race. After these people saw Yi Tianzong, they all smiled and greeted Yi Tianzong. Before they came, their respective marshals had told them about the importance of Gold Jade City. They knew that this was the result of Yi Tianzong's 100 years of hard work. If it wasn't for Yi Tianzong's approval, they wouldn't have had the chance to come here. After they came here, unless they were treated unfairly, they had to listen to Yi Tianzong. Anyone who dared to cause trouble could scram. In fact, even if Li Cong, Yu Chen, and Yuan Su didn't say anything, these great emperor marshals who knew Yi Tianzong didn't dare to bare their fangs at Yi Tianzong. After all, the memory of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu slaughtering great emperors on the battlefield was still fresh in their minds. On top of that, Yi Tianzong was Marshal Li Cong's trusted aide. Who would be stupid enough to offend Yi Tianzong? Under Yi Tianzong's arrangements, 800 million heavenly court soldiers were stationed in the barracks in Gold Jade City. The other 120 million soldiers were stationed in the 6 heavenly soldier cities outside Gold Jade City. In the following month, Yi Tianzong first arranged for people to familiarize these great emperors and marshals with Golden Jade City. Then he distributed the unopened areas of Golden Jade City to these great emperors and marshals according to a more reasonable way of distributing shops and land. When Liu, Han Su, Zhaolin, and Yu Xian saw the over 300 great emperors and marshals obediently accept their assignments and benefits under Yi Tianzong's arrangement, they were even more in awe of Yi Tianzong. They didn't think that these great emperor marshals were easy to talk to, especially the great emperor marshals who were at the peak of the Sun Realm. Since these great emperor marshals didn't question Yi Tianzong's leadership, it meant that they respected Yi Tianzong and they were fearful of him. After thinking about that, the 4 of them decided to get close to Yi Tianzong in order to maintain a foothold in Gold Jade City. The human race had sent 2 billion soldiers and several hundred great emperors into Gold Jade City. As expected, it was a great deterrent. The Gold-Cracking clan, Demonic Bull clan, and other clans that had been itching to make a move had no choice but to give up on their plans after the arrival of the Heavenly Court's army and experts. They continued to lay low in Gold Jade City and accumulate wealth. The arrival of the great emperor marshals of the Heavenly Court solved one of Yi Tianzong's worries, and the safety of Gold Jade City was effectively guaranteed. In the following days, Yi Tianzong could cultivate in peace and nurture the forces under his command. Under the protection of the strong security and order, Gold Jade City became more and more prosperous as time passed. After 300 years, the number of permanent residents in Gold Jade City had reached 30 billion, and more masters and forces came to Gold Jade City. The trade and commerce became more and more prosperous, and Gold Jade City became the most important city for humans to interact with other races like the Gold-Cracking clan, the Yulua clan, and the Demonic Bull clan. With the ever-increasing tax revenue from Golden Jade City, Heaven was able to gain a huge amount of wealth every year. The army of over 2 billion soldiers stationed in Golden Jade City was also greatly strengthened by the tax revenue from the city. All the heavenly court marshals in Gold Jade City earned a lot as well, and their wealth increased by several times. In the past 300 years, apart from the support of Gold Jade City's taxes, Yi Tianzong's Myriad Treasures Pavilion had also brought inestimable wealth and resources to Yi Tianzong. With the support of countless resources, the 10 million celestial soldiers under Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had not only increased in strength, but the number of God King divine generals had also increased by 3 times. Even the 10 million celestial soldiers had increased to 70 million. Now, the 3 of them were in charge of 210 million celestial soldiers. In addition to the increase in the number and strength of the soldiers under their command, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's strength had also improved significantly in the past 300 years of quiet cultivation. With the time flow 10 times faster in the boundless Immortal Mansion's world battlefield, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had a deeper understanding of the various laws, mystic mysteries. Their cultivation bases were close to the peak of the mid-stage Great Emperor realm. In another 100 years or so, they would reach the peak of the mid-stage Great Emperor realm. Apart from the results of their cultivation, Yi Tianzong, Jianyu, and Xinyu were also happy that they had finally completed the cosmic level battle fortress they had envisioned. In Yi Tianzong's initial plan, the battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships were divided into the cloud level, space suppression level, cosmic level, world shaking level, and sovereign level. Among the 5 levels of battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships, a sky patrol battleship of the same level was 1 level lower than a battle fortress. The cloud level battle fortress corresponded to cultivators below the God King level. The space suppression level battle fortress corresponded to God King level cultivators. The cosmic level battle fortress corresponded to emperors. The world shaking level battle fortress corresponded to heavenly exalts. And the sovereign level battle fortress corresponded to unparalleled heavenly exalts. After several hundred years of research and experimentation, they had finally constructed a cosmic level battle fortress that could dominate emperors. Chapter 393. The stellar space fortress had a diameter of 3,000 miles and could hold 1 billion people. Apart from the God-destroying spear, God-locking mirror, dragon-snaring lasso, heavenly yuan cannon, mystic light tower, spirit-swallowing disc, and sky-surveying mirror, there was also the restriction-breaking shuttle that could break through ceiling formations, the heaven-defending shield that concentrated all defensive abilities, and the god-slaying spear that could kill emperors. The stellar space fortress that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had just created was still in its initial stages and could only pose a threat to mid-stage emperors. However, as long as they were given time to perfect it, it would definitely become more powerful and pose a fatal threat to peak stage emperors. In the peaceful days, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu continued to cultivate in the Immortal Mansion and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. 70 years had passed in the outside world, and 560 years had passed in the cultivation space of the vast expanse immortal abode. Shen Yu, Ling Xinyue, and Yi Tianzong had finally comprehended a sufficient level of the Dharma laws. One after another, they had broken through to the late Great Emperor realm, and their strength had increased tenfold. Another 30 years passed. On this day, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu ended their cultivation and walked out of the Immortal Mansion. Since they had nothing else to do, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 decided to walk around Gold Jade City again. This time, the 3 of them learned their lesson and directly used the body displacement mystique, changing their appearances completely. Yi Tianzong leisurely walked on the streets of Gold Jade City with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. He looked at the living beings of many races walking on the streets. From time to time, there would be patrols formed by the Heavenly Court's army patrolling Gold Jade City to ensure the safety of Gold Jade City. As they walked, the 3 of them arrived at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's main pavilion in Gold Jade City. In the entire Golden Jade City that spanned 30,000 miles, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion under Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had 4 smaller branches in the north, south, east and west, apart from the main pavilion in the center of the city. The people who helped Yi Tianzong manage the myriad treasure pavilion were the people of the Hao Ranjin sect. With the help of a marshal like Yi Tianzong and the 7 emperors like Yi Haoran, the Hao Ranjin sect developed very quickly. In the 1,000 years since the sect's establishment, the Hao Ranjin sect had 300,000 carefully selected disciples and more than 300 god kings. The sect's area of influence had already expanded to a radius of 1 billion miles. The 7 late god kings who had ascended with Yi Haoran and the others had already reached the limit of peak god king after 1,000 years of cultivation. They were only a step away from becoming emperors. After Yi Tianzong established the myriad treasure pavilion in Gold Jade City, the Hao Ranjin sect sent disciples and elders to Gold Jade City to help Yi Tianzong manage the myriad treasure pavilion. At the same time, Yi Tianzong also gave the Hao Ranjin sect 30 shops in the bustling business district of Gold Jade City. With the various pills, weapons, abilities, and rare treasures provided by Yi Tianzong and the others, the myriad treasure pavilion's popularity had always been the highest in the entire Gold Jade City. After learning about the recent situation of the myriad treasure pavilion from the vice pavilion master, Yi Tianzong and the others leisurely left the myriad treasure pavilion. However, Yi Tianzong and the others were not going to be able to relax for the entire day. Just as Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu continued to stroll on the streets, there was a strong tremor, followed by the sound of fighting. There were also many screams mixed in. What's going on? Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu immediately flew into the air after noticing the abnormality. They immediately sent out their divine senses to find out what was going on. It's the Demonic Ox clan and the Gold Cracking clan again. Looks like we have to teach them a lesson. Yi Tianzong's face immediately darkened when he saw the Demonic Ox clan and the Gold Cracking clan fighting. Ever since Gold Jade City had been expanded and became a trading hub for the human race and the 5 surrounding second-rate clans, conflicts would often erupt between the different clans for various reasons. Whether it was Yi Tianzong and the others from the Heavenly Court or the other 5 clans, none of them were surprised by this. Conflicts like these that erupted due to ideological differences between the different clans did not affect the prosperity and development of Gold Jade City. Everyone knew that this was unavoidable. Moreover, the Heavenly Court's army and experts stationed in Gold Jade City dealt with the conflicts as soon as they broke out. As a result, the human race, the Yulua clan, the Flower Spirit clan, and the other clans did not care. However, out of all the conflicts that erupted, the Gold Cracking clan and the Demonic Ox clan had the most conflicts. Moreover, these 2 clans did not get along very well with the human race. The Yulua clan, the Flower Spirit clan, and the Tingo clan. They often caused trouble. Now that the emperors of the Gold Cracking clan and the Demonic Ox clan were fighting without restraint right under Yi Tianzong's nose, it affected many other clans as well. This made Yi Tianzong furious. Yi Tianzong directly reverted to his true form and yelled, "How dare you act so impudently in Gold Jade City?" Then, with a palm strike, a 1,000-mile-wide golden palm appeared in the sky above Golden Jade City. The giant golden palm imprint had unparalleled power, as if it was suppressing the universe. It instantly attacked the 2 great emperors who were fighting with the Demonic Bull clan. The 2 mid-stage emperors from the Gold Cracking clan and the Demonic Ox clan sensed fatal danger when Yi Tianzong struck out with the golden palm. They immediately attacked the golden palm together. However, all resistance was futile. The 2 of them were heavily injured by Yi Tianzong's palm. Then they were caught in his hand. Yi Tianzong stood in the sky above Gold Jade City, while carrying the 2 great emperors of the Gold Cracking race and the Demon Bull race. He was clearly very small, but in the eyes of everyone in Gold Jade City, Yi Tianzong's figure was so tall and majestic. I have already said that there is a battlefield in Gold Jade City that is specially used to resolve conflicts. Fighting on the streets and harming the innocent is forbidden. It seems like the Gold Cracking clan and the Demonic Ox clan don't understand human language. From today onwards, the patrol force in Gold Jade City will be doubled. All troublemakers who violate the rules and harm the innocent will be punished twice. The Gold Cracking Clan and the Demonic Ox Clan have repeatedly violated the rules set by me. From today onwards, all the shops and businesses of the two clans will be taxed by 10%. All the shops and residences of the two clans will be searched within a month. Anyone who violates the rules of Gold Jade City will be severely punished. If something similar happens again, get out of Gold Jade City. Yi Tianzong's cold voice echoed in the ears of everyone in Gold Jade City. Impossible, I do not agree. You have no right to do this. I do not agree. Hurry up and release my companion. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. As soon as Yi Tianzong finished speaking, great emperors from the Gold Cracking Clan and the Demonic Ox Clan jumped out. It wasn't just one or two, but more than 60 great emperors from the Gold Cracking Clan and the Demonic Ox Clan appeared in the sky above Gold Jade City. These great emperors from the Gold Cracking Clan and the Demonic Ox Clan were all at least mid-stage great emperors. There were 27 late-stage great emperors, 7 peak great emperors from the Gold Cracking Clan, and 3 from the Demonic Ox Clan. After the great emperors from the Gold Cracking Clan and the Demonic Ox Clan appeared, all the great emperors from the Heavenly Court who noticed the situation also appeared in the sky above Gold Jade City. They then stood around Yi Tianzong and the other two. Liu looked at the people from the Gold Cracking Clan and the Demonic Ox Clan with an unfriendly expression. He shouted coldly, "How dare you? Are you trying to provoke us humans?" When the 300+ great emperors from the Heavenly Court arrived, they all looked at the Demonic Bull Tribe and the Cracking Gold Clan with displeasure. Then they unleashed their great emperor's aura towards the Demonic Bull Tribe and the Cracking Gold Clan. However, what the humans didn't expect was that the great emperors from the Gold Cracking Clan and the Demonic Ox Clan also appeared. There were more than 300 of them in total. Whether it was the number of peak great emperors or the number of peak great emperors, they were about the same as the humans. Looking at the hundreds of great emperors from the Gold Cracking Clan and the Demonic Ox Clan, Yi Tianzong wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "What? It seems like you are not convinced by what I said. Are you trying to provoke me?" After the great emperors from the Gold Cracking Clan heard Yi Tianzong's words, they didn't say anything. Instead, a peak great emperor from the Demonic Ox Clan roared at Yi Tianzong. Who do you think you are? You are only a late-stage great emperor. How dare you injure the experts from the Demonic Ox Clan? Kneel down and apologize and beg for my forgiveness. Holy shit! Holy shit! After the great emperor from the Demonic Ox Clan said such arrogant words, not to mention the humans, even the great emperors from the Gold Cracking Clan were stunned. Where did this brainless thing come from? Chapter 394. Are the people from the Demonic Bull Clan stupid? You've been in the Golden Jade City for so long. Don't you know who's in charge here? Who do you think you are? You're just a late-stage great emperor. How can you make others kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Why are you so arrogant? They can take care of you as if it's child's play. That's not right. Didn't they say that Marshal Tianmiao was only a mid-stage great emperor? When did he become a late-stage great emperor? Did he make a breakthrough in the past few hundred years? Hiss! They were already so powerful when they were mid-stage great emperors. The 3 of them could kill a large number of great emperors. Now that they've broken through to late-stage great emperor, wouldn't they be several times stronger? Damn it, we might not be able to defeat the 3 of them. We might not even be able to kill them. When the great emperors from the Cracking Gold Clan saw that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had broken through to late-stage great emperor, their original intention of joining forces with the Demonic Bull Clan to take revenge instantly faded away. The Cracking Gold Clan knew very well what Yi Tianzong and the other two's breakthroughs meant. Therefore, after the Demonic Bull race's great emperor provoked the human race, the over 160 great emperors of the cracking gold race became strangely silent. They were ready to fight the human race, but they suddenly quieted down. On the other side, Yi Tianzong was stunned when he heard the demonic bull clan's great emperors roar. The other great emperors and marshals around Yi Tianzong and the other two were also stunned. Then they looked at the demonic bull clan's great emperor with a strange expression. After roaring at Yi Tianzong, the demonic bull clan's great emperor saw that the cracking gold clan's great emperor had all fallen silent. He immediately roared in confusion. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute? Isn't he just a late-stage great emperor ant? Why are you so cowardly? Why are you afraid of him? Didn't we agree to teach the human clan a lesson together? Damn it, you're a brainless idiot. Bastard. Pig teammate. Are you AF * king idiot? How can you say such things out loud? I really want to beat you to death. Because of the demonic bull race's shout, the entire Jade Gold City knew. The great emperors of the cracking gold race were about to explode from anger. They regretted cooperating with the demonic bull race. Haha, very good. Not bad at all. Seems like you guys have really put in a lot of effort to deal with us humans. You guys are actually plotting against us together. Yi Tianzong said coldly. Shut up, you late-stage great emperor ant. Since when is it your turn to speak? Are you humans so unruly? Hurry up and kneel down and beg this emperor. The peak great emperor of the demonic bull clan didn't know what was going on. He didn't feel anything wrong until now. After he spoke, the great emperors of the demonic bull clan behind him also began to mock the human race. *CK. A bunch of brainless people. They're hopeless. The great emperors of the cracking gold clan did not know what to say. At this moment, they only felt an unprecedented sense of frustration and exhaustion. They did not want to have anything to do with the demonic bull clan anymore. If they were asked to name the thing they regretted the most in the past 10,000 years, it would be getting acquainted with a bunch of idiots from the demonic bull clan. The cracking gold clan was disheartened by the idiocy of the demonic bull clan. As for the great emperors of the human race, even the living beings of the other races in the Jade Gold City were shocked by the demonic bull clan's stupidity. Even Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu wondered if they were really retarded. This demonic bull tribe must be here to be a joke. They really don't have brains. That's right, they are so ignorant, staying in the Gold Jade City and not even knowing the Heavens Expanse Admiral. Marshal Tian Miao is the true manager of the entire Jade Gold City. If he doesn't have the right to speak, who else does? The demonic bull clan is a bunch of brainless idiots. Marshal Tian Miao was able to defeat the other races when he was a mid-stage great emperor. Now that he's a late-stage great emperor, it's easier than playing with them. The cracking gold clan was tricked by the demonic bull clan. They found such a stupid teammate. Mother *cur, listen to what they're saying. I'm dying of laughter. Many people in the Jade Gold City were discussing. Although their voices were soft, it was no different from whispering in the ears of the great emperors. The great emperors of the human race looked at the cracking gold clan and the demonic bull clan with a strange expression. As for the great emperors of the cracking gold clan, their faces were so gloomy that water could drip out of them. They were angry, annoyed, and ashamed. They wanted to find a hole to hide in. This was the first time in their lives that they felt so embarrassed. You damned ants, what are you mumbling about? Do you want to die? Wait until I kill this human ant. Then I'll settle the score with you. At this moment, the peak great emperor of the demonic bull clan opened his mouth again. Once again, his words were shocking. He even had a look of impatience on his face. Big brother, that's enough. I beg you to stop using your divine ability. Don't say any more, don't you have ears? He can beat you up like playing with a toy, and you want to kill him? Do you have to say something so shocking? Mother *cur. Yi Tianzong was so angry that he laughed. There were idiots every year, but there were a lot of them today. I don't care who you are, but since you dare to provoke me, you should die. Yi Tianzong didn't want to delay any longer, so he directly attacked. He handed the two severely injured great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan and the Demonic Bull clan to Zhao Lin. Then he attacked the peak great emperor of the Demonic Bull clan with a domineering and ferocious world-suppressing fist. Like an ancient divine mountain, the world-suppressing golden fist suppressed the Demonic Bull clan's peak great emperor. After attacking, Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu also summoned their battle armors and attacked the more than 140 great emperors of the Demonic Bull clan. They immediately used their divine abilities to attack the Demonic Bull clan. Damn it, how dare they attack us? This is unforgivable. Kill them and let the humans know how powerful we are. 3 great emperors in the late stage are nothing compared to the ants of the human race. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu launched their attack, the more than 140 great emperors of the Demonic Bull clan began to fight back violently. At the same time, they didn't forget to ridicule the humans. Sigh, what the hell is going on? Even at this time, they still didn't forget to ridicule us. Why did they think of cooperating with the Demonic Bull clan in the first place? The great emperors of the Cracking Gold clan completely gave up on helping the Demonic Bull clan. They completely forgot about the agreement they had discussed with the Demonic Bull clan. They really didn't want to have anything to do with the Demonic Bull clan. The Demonic Bull clan was a subsidiary clan of the demon race. The Demonic Bull clan wasn't originally called the Demonic Bull clan. It should be called the Single-Horned Bull clan. However, the Single-Horned Bull clan was invaded and suppressed by the demon race. They were contaminated by the demon chi and became the Demonic Bull clan. The strength of the Demonic Bull clan wasn't very strong. The strongest experts in the clan were the 2 heavenly venerable Demonic Bull, heavenly venerables. The humans of the same level were basically on par with the experts of the Demonic Bull clan. The talents and bloodline of the human race were actually not outstanding in the entire Great Thousand World. It was just that the human race had a fast reproduction speed and easier cultivation. With a huge population base and cultivation base, the human race had gone through tens of billions of years of difficult development and countless life and death situations to become one of the top 10 powerful clans in the Great Thousand World. To Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu, the more than 140 great emperors of the Demonic Bull clan were nothing to worry about. The 3 of them rushed into the camp of the Demonic Bull clan's great emperors. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. They easily defeated all the great emperors of the Demonic Bull clan. One by one, the great emperors of the firmament, who were supposed to be all-powerful and domineering, were sent flying by Yi Tianzong and the other 2 in disbelief. They spat out blood and screamed in pain. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 didn't show any mercy. They had made up their minds to establish their dominance. The 140 great emperors of the Demonic Bull clan were the targets of their dominance. A peak great emperor could only take 1 punch from Yi Tianzong before he was sent flying. A late great emperor, a mid-great emperor, and an early great emperor could only take 1 punch and die. Although Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu couldn't seriously injure a peak great emperor with 1 punch, they could still severely injure a late great emperor with 1 punch. In just 15 minutes, under the absolute strength of Yi Tianzong and the other 2, the more than 140 great emperors of the Demonic Bull clan were quickly killed. The Heavens Expanse Marshal and his wife have broken through to the late great emperor realm. Their strength has increased a lot. There should be no one in the great emperor realm who can match them. Yeah, even a peak great emperor couldn't take 1 punch. They are too powerful. Seeing the strength of Yi Tianzong and the other 2, the great emperors and marshals of the human race were discussing animatedly. They were happy about it. On the other hand, the Gold Cracking clan's side had an ugly expression. They knew that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had a heaven-defying superpower. Unless a heavenly venerable appeared, no one could do anything to Yi Tianzong and the other 2.